Can you hear me? Wait a little bit till a few people come in. Obviously, you can read the title. Mm. You motherfuckers are soft. Pussy ass motherfucking soft. That's what you are. You're pussy soft. Fucking censored. You know, I get blocked everywhere I go pretty much. Timed out, whatever the fuck you want to call it. You know what? Fuck you guys. You start a live stream, you fucking say, oh, this person's a good guy. You should go watch this person. And when I put in my opinion about the person, fuck you. Fuck you. You can go fuck yourself. Stick all your fucking giveaways up your fucking old ass. Fucking cunt. Fuck you. Jesus fucking Christ. The motherfucker supported fucking somebody calling me a Nazi because I voted for Trump. Because I said that in your chat, you're gonna fucking time me out. Fuck you. Just fucking unsubscribe for me. Block me while you're at it, you fucking. Ugh. If you're down with censorship, fuck you too. Fuck all you cucks. Act one way somewhere, act another way somewhere else. Fuck all you cucks. I don't give a fuck if it's your live stream or not. You tell people to go, oh yeah, go. You should go watch this guy. You should go follow him. Yeah, the guy that fucking supports somebody that calls you a Nazi if you fucking support Donald Trump. Yeah, you should go support that guy. Fuck you. Oh, I can't say that in your chat though, because you're gonna time me out. Fucking censorship is bullshit. Fuck all you motherfuckers. It has nothing to do with political. All I said originally is, oh, he's not a Trump supporter. You know, he doesn't like Trump supporters. I was trying to keep it real, just simple. Like, that's why I don't go over, like, fucking nuts. You motherfuckers are soft. Especially the fucking old people are soft too. Like, are you fucking serious? I thought you grew up in an age where you had thick skin. You didn't give a fuck. What does it matter if fuck what people say? Yeah, the whole freedom of speech thing. Oh, it's my chat. You can't talk about that. Fuck you. You're fucking nuts. Especially when I'm talking about the same thing you just said. You're telling people to go support that guy. I can't say my piece about it though. No, because the person doesn't like Trump either. Go figure. Fucking bullshit. I think we ought to make fucking. I think we ought to make her famous. Got a little topic to talk about on fucking Monday night. Motherfuckers want to censor shit. You want to support people that fucking call Trump supporters Nazis? All right, we'll make you famous. Make you fucking famous. I just think, you should allow people to talk. I mean, people are, unless it's just downright fucking nasty. I mean, everybody has an opinion. Everybody has the right to say their little piece. I mean, I didn't say nothing bad. The reason why I don't go over to Blind Neil's channel is because he supported Pat's fan in his fucking chat about people that support Trump are Nazis. I mean, I don't support that. I can't say that though. Huh. And that's not political. That has really nothing to do with political. My fucking who I voted for really should be nobody's business. But because you want to fucking call me names because of who I politically supported, fuck yeah, let's bring it out. Let's talk about it. It's crazy. It's her shit, exactly. So everybody should censor their shit, right? We should just make the whole world a censorship, right? Fuck her. I've been nothing but fucking nice to Mary ever. So she's, genuinely nice to the people. But when you start censoring fucking people, fuck you. You're part of the problem. You're right there with fucking Facebook and everything else. You give a fuck if it's your life. It was nothing bad. I mean, it's crazy. That's just crazy. People can't speak their own mind. People can't speak opinions. People can't, because it hurts your feelings. It's in you. It's in my chat. This is my live stream. You can't do that. Stop it. You hurt my feelings. Come on, no. You can't control what everybody says. So you shouldn't censor it. I mean, well, that's part of the fucking problem. Oh, I don't like it. You're a troll. You're a hater because I don't agree with it. I'm censoring you. I'm blocking you. Fucking lame. What that is. It's lame. I mean, people support people that call people Nazis and shit, but then you can't talk about it nowhere. Like, fucking get out of here. Fucking hey. Oh, just go to my channel. I'll talk about it all I want. Fuck. Fucking ridiculous. But censorship really has to fucking stop. People say that. People are always saying that. Yeah, Facebook shouldn't be able to censor us. IG shouldn't be able to censor us. They shouldn't be able to block our weed channels. They shouldn't be able to do this. But you're the motherfucker that does it in your own chat. So shut the fuck up. Fuck. There shouldn't be no censorship. Oh, I'm blocking you. I don't like what you're saying. What? Fucking goofy. Goofy. Fucking goofy. If you're afraid of what people are going to say on the internet, guess what? Don't do a live stream. Don't do the internet. Because people are going to say shit that you might not like. I guess just be a fucking bitch and fucking censor people, right? Like Channel 2, like fucking all these fucking bitches. It's fucking ridiculous. Fucking people can say whatever the fuck they want. No, not really. This is the thing that kills me the most. Everybody talks about censorship. Oh, they shouldn't be able to do that. The news, they talk all that propaganda. Oh, Facebook shouldn't be able to censor. IG shouldn't be able to shadow ban people. YouTube shouldn't do that to cannabis content creators. But you do it in your own fucking chat. So fuck off. Oh, it's fucking crazy. What up, Donald? What up? That shit just pisses me off. Like, so you sit there and say, I don't really care what the guy believes in or whatever. I don't really care. I like him. So you're telling me I like the guy that agrees and supports the guy that calls people Nazis. I like that guy. Huh. Well, I don't like you no more. But I'll talk more about that on the PKR show Monday night. I'll make you famous. Oh, I ain't putting up a link. This is my show. This is my show. I get to say whatever the fuck I want without no interruptions. See how that works? I can censor people too. I just won't post a link. Sounds fucking crazy, right? Sounds nuts. Right? Think about it before you tell everybody to go like somebody and do this or that. I mean, what was the problem with me saying my piece? Oh, go support that guy. That guy's a great dude. Oh, yeah, he's a good dude. But he supports somebody that calls me a Nazi. And everybody else that voted for Donald Trump. Oh, you didn't know that, did you? You didn't know that, did you? But because I said it, I get fucking censored. Whatever. Nice. Nice. I love seeing where I stand in the fucking community. Yeah, I don't mind seeing the woke shit. I want to see all of it. I want to see what the fuck's going on everywhere. But when you start looking at this shit, you go, why is this all bullshit though? You start doing research, you start looking into shit that you're going, huh, that's crazy. Huh. Instead, you get fear mongers, jump on the internet, fucking doing videos and shit, saying shit that just has nothing to do with nothing and it's fucking all bullshit to try to, what, make somebody feel bad for who they fucking voted for? You know, I mean, calling somebody a Nazi is a pretty fucking big thing. It's a pretty big thing. Because if you respected or cared about anything that happened in the Holocaust and any of that time, you would never bring up that. I mean, that's something that you would never call somebody a Nazi. That's the worst thing. I mean, so for you to support somebody that's okay with that, wow, you're fucking nuts. You're fucking nuts. We came up in a totally different fucking era then. We're not even in the same fucking ballpark. We're not even in the same world. I mean, right, but it's bullshit though. I mean, you know, I'll speak my mind on it all fucking day long. If you think it's okay to call somebody a Nazi, you're a piece of shit. I mean, if the shoe fits, congratulations, wear that motherfucker. I have never done anything to somebody that was anything remotely close to anything any Nazi has ever done. And if you don't understand the fucking country should have been ran like a fucking business this whole fucking time, then you're a complete fucking moron. You're a complete idiot. You're a moron. We are the workers. We pay into the business. The business is supposed to use the money appropriately. If the money's not being used appropriately in business, you get audited. Somebody goes in to look at what the fuck's going on and where the money's being spent because shit's not adding up. If you don't like the fact that Elon's in there going, hey, look at, we just found another 200 and some $1 billion that's being spent on dumb shit, and it's going to save our country fucking trillions of dollars. If you're not okay with that, then you don't understand how business works. You really don't. And what the fuck is Elon going to get? He makes more money on his own than he fucking... The country's in trillions of debt. He's billions fucking to the good. What is this country going to... He can't get nothing out of it. There's nothing he can gain from fucking auditing. You know, he's a businessman. He's a very smart businessman. He'll be able to go in there and find the bullshit. And for some reason, I don't understand why people don't want... You know, it's, everybody screams, we need to stand up as a people against the government. We need to fucking hold these people accountable. But when they're being held accountable, it's, oh my God, get Elon out of there. What is he doing? He shouldn't have anywhere near our computer system. Hey, ding, 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 dipshits. If he wanted your information, he builds robots. He goes to outer space. If he wants your information, he can have your information. So thinking that Elon shouldn't have access to people's information, you're nuts. He owns fucking PayPal. He owns X. He's already got your information. It's nuts. It's fucking nuts. We need the government to be held accountable. And who's the right person to do it? Maybe it's the guy that's the richest guy in the world right now. Maybe he knows something about business, hence he's the richest motherfucker in the world. Now explain to me how that doesn't make sense. I mean, and he's going to slowly go through education. He's going to go through the military. He's going to go to the pen. He's going to look at everything. It's nuts. It's just nuts to me. Yeah, same thing. I mean, I don't know. People gotta fucking stop being such snowflakes. Seriously. Uh, like, you know, you only want what you want in your chat, then it's just, you're part of the problem. You're no better than Zuckerberg. No better than Facebook. You know, if people are censored all the time, no wonder why we're so fucking dumb as people. Everybody's fucking stupid now. Because you're not allowed to fucking say nothing. You're not allowed to fucking speak your piece. Or maybe, fuck, maybe you know a little bit more. And nope, not allowed to tell people that because, you know, we don't want that, people to know that. You know, it's crazy to me. And the biggest thing that's really crazy to me is the people that block you and do all that shit on their pages are the people that will sit around and talk about fucking censorship from fucking Facebook and all these fucking. They shouldn't block you. They shouldn't. They should let you have your. But they block people. That's what's crazy. Oh, Buffett's way smart, dude. I think it's just nuts. I mean, and I think it's really crazy if you can't, if you're that person who's like, oh my God, no, we can't talk about politics. There's no way, you know, like, oh, if you're not a person that can have a rational conversation and be on opposing sides, then you're a fucking moron. You're an idiot. I mean, because you can have a conversation and disagree with each other and it be an all right conversation. Like, okay, we just don't agree, you know. But to censor somebody completely, like, oh, this is my channel. I have the keys. I'm the beholder here. I can come to my safe space and nobody can say nothing bad because I could block them. Eek, it's gotta be a rough fucking world you live in. I didn't live in a world like that. But hey, that's who you want to be. Cool. Yeah. Oh, you're just scared. You're just scared, wild, that we're gonna come over and take over your country. uh, like everybody, nobody listens to what the president says when he says stuff like all the years of all the presidents. People are like, yeah, right. That guy always says he's gonna do that shit. He's never gonna do it. But now all of a sudden, if everything that Trump says, oh my God, it's true. He's going to do this. Oh my God. Oh my God. Everything Trump says is going to be true. Like, some of the shit these guys say, they say it, but there's no possible. It's not even, they can't do that. You know, like, come on. Like, that's part of being a fucking smart person and realizing, like, come on. Some of the shit they say, it's never going to happen. Cause, you know, but you're the same one that said that all the other presidents always break their promises. But now all of a sudden somebody's in there that you don't like. Everything he says is true. Like, come on, that's so ridiculous. I mean, yeah, they're gonna get you. They're gonna get you. 'Cause that's what he said too. He said that what I could billionaire not whatever. Like that's nuts. I mean, every major business, most every business gets audited. You know, it gets audited. You go in, you just make sure you tune shit up. Maybe there's places that need more money. This place needs a little less money. We'll take some of this and we'll put it over. You know, that's just what happens. Things, you know, things don't add up when you do an audit. That's great because we're finding money that we get to save. I mean, or we can just stay trillions in debt and keep the same people in office and keep the same money flowing into the same pockets we have for over 100 years. I mean, we can keep doing that, and you could just keep paying taxes, and we'll just keep raising taxes. You know, like we can keep doing that, or we can explore the options of actually charging other countries for selling their goods in our country, and then take the burden of the money part to run the country off of the citizens of the country, and then we can actually start dealing with taxes so we can bring back major companies back to our country so we can start employing more of our people in our country and start making our own products in our country and the money can stay in, that's right, our country. I don't know how that's really hard to understand. It's pretty simple. Why do you think all the companies left the United States and went to other countries? Because it's cheaper to run their company in other countries. And no major tariffs or nothing to to ship it and sell it in the United States. So it's a all the way win-win for them. But if the tariffs are raised and they actually had to pay to sell those goods in the United States because it's not made in the United States, they start going, wow, maybe it would be smarter to be in the United States and keep the money in the United States. I don't know. That's kind of weird, though. That'd be weird. I think we'd rather fucking block and censor people. Because I tell you, the blocking and censorship is just, that shit pisses me the fuck off. Who the fuck do you think you are to shut me up? I don't give a fuck. Oh, it's my channel. You fucking stick your channel up your ass. That's to anybody that blocks and censors. If you can't take the fucking heat, get out the fucking kitchen. Don't be on the internet. Well, I'm only here to hold hands and sing songs. Well, maybe you're on the wrong fucking platform. I feel like I was censored for fucking the last 4 fucking years. And we're still gonna do it. We're still gonna do it in these little fucking weed communities that we're all supposed to be in. We're still gonna censor people. That's nuts. That's crazy to me. I don't like what that person's saying. And I didn't even say nothing bad about the person other than I don't support somebody that supports people that call Trump supporters Nazis. I don't support those people. I didn't say nothing about that person. I just don't support them. I'm like, oh my gosh. That's why I don't fucking watch people's fucking shit, though. I gave up on people on YouTube. The only ones I watch are the real motherfuckers. It's just nuts to me. I don't know. I feel you have to censor somebody. Like, ugh. I could understand if it was just fucking completely off the deep, like just ranting and ranting, like you gotta fucking whatever. But you gotta time somebody out because so it's your live, so you can say whatever you want about a person, and if somebody else says they don't like that person, then you're out of here. You're out of here. And I just gave the reason why I didn't. I don't support the person. I was shocked when I see what I see. And, you know, I can't keep everybody informed in what I see if everybody just wants to fucking block me as soon as I start talking about it, though. I mean, I see Blind Deal in fucking Pat Spence chat, fucking cheersing him, giving him salutes and whatever, fucking agreeing with what him calling fucking Trump supporters Nazis. What I mean, if you're down with that kind of shit, then you can fuck off too. Like. Mm. Well, and the thing that's crazy to me is if you somewhat like anybody that's on the internet that is a Trump supporter, and you're okay with somebody else calling him a fucking Nazi, then you're probably the problem too. Because, there used to be a thing called loyalty. Right? But there's no loyalty anymore either. Like, you guys want to make fucking friends. That's all you want to do. Oh, you want to make some friends. Get out and do shit. Get out in the real world and make friends. These people don't fucking... You don't know these people on the internet. Like, fuck. People make excuses for people. Oh, I could see it already. Oh, no, that's just, it's her channel, and she always just tries to keep it cool. And call it what you want. It's censorship. If you can be on there telling people, hey, you should go support this person, I should be able to give my reason why you shouldn't support the person. Correct? No, because it's her channel. So what I have to say doesn't matter. Censorship. I can send you the link, Maggie. I mean, look, I'm the big bad asshole from PKR. I don't even have PKR reached in my channel. I agree with what they say, and those guys are my boys. I mean, no, if you, that's the thing. That's where you're so fucking stupid. Western blah. Check it out. It has nothing to do with the old lady. It has to do with everybody that censors people, right? It's about censorship in general, right? The old lady who I would have thought that is more grown than being so sensitive wouldn't be like that. Again, if you weren't there, you don't know. She was telling people to support Blind Neil. He's a good guy, blah, blah, blah. And I just mentioned I don't support him because he supports people that call Trump supporters Nazis. She blocked me for that. That was my reason why I don't support him. And so, should I be censored for that? Yeah, because it's her channel and it's her rules. Fuck, whatever.
My mic all right?
Yep, yep. Yeah, and that's the thing, right? I'll say what everybody else says, Western bleh. It's my channel. I'll do whatever I want. Literally not censorship. So she can say, go support somebody that's a really good person. And then I say, hey, I don't support that person because that person supports somebody that called me a Nazi.
Who's she?
That's not speaking. Mary.
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Grow and grind. The
Uh,
old lady Mary.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I've seen her. I don't watch her or nothing, but
No, I was over in her chat just hanging out, fucking she had mentioned Blind Neil and she was like, "Oh, you should go support him. He's a really good guy." And I'm like, "Yeah, he's a Trump hater." I put, and then she's like, "No, political." And I said, "Oh, well, he supports somebody who supports calling people Nazis that, and that's why I don't hang around with him."
yep,
And so she blocked me,
of course.
or she timed me out, I guess. And so, it's like, when does the censorship stop? I mean, you can say what, and I get it. It's your chat, it's your stream. Then stay off the internet. You can put your opinion about what you think about that person, and I
There he
put my
is, right
opinion.
there.
Yeah, correct, Blind Neil, right? You support Pat Stan calling people Nazis for being Trump supporters. Did you not agree with him in his comments?
Oh, he 100% did.
And after I've already said somebody that supports somebody like that can just go fuck off, I find it funny that you would just even come over here.
I mean,
Everybody's welcome.
that's not what you said, Blind Neil. I guess we got to pull receipts, don't we?
Yeah, it's in his fucking comment.
I know. Just a second here. I got it somewhere.
And that's the crazy thing too. Let's talk about that. Why don't we always gotta pull receipts? You know what I mean? Like when somebody says something, it should be because you motherfuckers lie so fucking much. You're gonna lie about. Everybody's seen you were in the chat and what you said. Like,
I got to blow it up bigger here.
oh shit, do I have to? Oh, here we go.
Where'd the fucking comments go?
How do you remove the comments?
No, I went too big. There we go. It's scaring the crap out of me. I've been following it all.
Is that not agreeing with what Pat fans saying?
Yeah, I mean it is. Sean's gonna make Canada the 51st state. Tell him, Pat, they fall for everything and stand for nothing but Mango Mussolini or whatever that is. That's exactly what it is. Exactly, right there. See, he deleted.
Yeah.
You all can't see my comments because he's a censoring little bitch too. And yeah, I was like, it all comes full circle with you. It all makes sense now. You fucking libtard.
Regardless, you support that. You support somebody. I don't know about everybody else, but calling somebody a Nazi is a pretty big deal.
Especially when you're the one acting like a Nazi.
It's just crazy to me. Like, and so we shouldn't. I don't know. I get it. It's my channel, blah blah blah, and it's like, but when does the censorship stop? You're the same person that'll whine about Facebook censoring people, but then you'll do it on your fucking YouTube page. So what?
Von Neil, if you were Green Party, that's what this party's all about. It's money, dude. It's a fucking it's a business. It's about
Yeah, I mean,
money.
if he knew really, then he would know that Trump originally was from the Green Party.
Yeah.
Way back when he was going to run originally, that's what he was going to run under. But then he
He's
decided,
way
no.
more than that. Sorry,
No, go ahead.
no, I was just telling PD he's way more than that.
Yeah, I don't know about all that. I've never, I do this with everybody, even people that go to jail and shit. If I don't know the whole story of both sides of it, I don't really, but when you come just blatantly out like he did in that video, that was just, whew, that was crazy.
Yeah, some of the shit he said in that was just, wow.
But do you really believe that the United States is trying to come over and we're going to come over and take over your country and kill your women and children? I mean, come on.
And we're okay with that? Stop it.
And you support somebody who fucking says that shit.
Not voting is the dumbest thing.
Right.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
If you don't vote, then don't bitch.
You have no say. You have absolutely no say.
Mm.
I don't care if you put your fucking best friend's name down.
Write in somebody.
If you don't vote, you don't have a fucking say.
Mm. I look at it different than I think a lot of people even look at it. I look at it like this. There's a lot of men and women that died for our freedoms and stuff, for us to be able to vote, to be able to do the freedoms and stuff that we have. So being that guy that sits back and goes, fuck this country, these guys are fucking idiots, I'm never going to vote. No, just leave the country. You're disrespecting everybody that fought for your freedoms and everything. Just leave. Get the fuck out of here. I don't even care if you go in there and write your mom's name down. Like, fucking just vote.
That's not what I'm saying, Lorax. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm saying you don't have the right to bitch about who's president and who's not president.
Right. I'm just going to laugh at you when you say you didn't vote and you're bitching about it. I'm going to be like, you're part of the problem. Because if you don't like what's going on and you didn't vote, guess what? You had your chance to have your say. Whether you believe the system works or not, at least you say. At least you can say you did your part. I mean, I would never call somebody a fucking Nazi if they voted for Biden. Come on. That's just nuts. That's so fucking idiotic.
Well, I can tell you 77 million people were pretty happy.
Well, the minority.
Yeah, the minority.
The minority spoke and the minority won. Huh.
Yeah.
The minority.
How's that word? Oh, Lordy.
I just hate the fucking censorship. It's just getting so crazy.
Yeah, it's weird, man. It's weird. Just because you don't like what somebody says, it's why.
We're all people. We can all disagree,
Yep. Agree to disagree. It's that simple. That simple. I don't even care what your politics are until you start calling me a Nazi because I'm on the other side. What?
That's just weird to me. I just, you know, like, it'd be like me calling you a Nazi because you like Fords and I like Chevys. Like,
Yeah.
what? Like, come on. Well, they get parts in Germany, and I can make up all kinds of shit to make it look like you're a Nazi because you like Fords. Like, that's stupid. And there's more to it, like the whole Gaza Strip thing. If you're gonna make claims that like things like that, you've got to come out and tell the whole fucking truth of the whole matter. You know, like, I mean, the guy that runs whatever the Gaza Strip over there, sitting down and talking with Trump about him taking it over. I mean, there's a reason why they're doing it. Do I know all the reasons? No, but there's reasons why. It's not like it's a hostile takeover or nothing.
Nope.
If they don't have the resources to maintain it and shit like that, what do? Do you let the fucking terrorists take over and control it, or do you bring your ally in? You bring in one of your allies that can maintain it. I mean, that's not a takeover. Do I believe the United States sticks their nose in everybody's fucking business that they shouldn't? Yeah. But I mean, we've kind of always been in that place of being big brother. We always got to step in and be like, hey.
PD, what up? I guess goodbye too.
The censorship just annoys the shit out of me. We've dealt with it the last 4 years of Biden. And like I say, the thing that really gets me is these people that'll block you and shit are the same people that say, oh, Facebook and Instagram and YouTube, they shadow ban the cannabis community, and it's not right. We should be able to share what's legal in our state, and blah, blah. But then you turn around and block people in your chat. Shut the fuck up. Like, I can't build a channel because they censor me. Oh, I'm going to censor you, though. Like, get out of here. Like, this is crazy.
That's one thing if people are in chat fucking spouting off fucking kid shit, wife shit, fucking racist shit. That's totally different.
Somebody was in there yelling the N word, right? Like you're calling people pedophiles, shit like that. Yeah, there's no need for all that. Yeah, that's just. But that's the same thing. If you were in the chat calling people Nazis, I'd do the same fucking thing.
Well, yeah, exactly.
You don't do that. There's some things that are crossed the line. But giving a reason why you don't support somebody in somebody else's chat isn't a reason to censor somebody. Because maybe that's something you didn't know, and you needed to know the guy supports somebody like that. Maybe other people need to know that. It's need to know information. And if you decide to censor it to where nobody can know the information, you're kind of setting people up because you didn't allow them to know about a certain person and how they really are. And instead, you're encouraging people to support them.
That's the exact reason PKR does what PKR does. People need to know. And if nobody's going to be out here telling people what these people are fucking doing and how they are, dude, they're going to be fucking over everybody.
Yeah. You're going to end up fucking with somebody that ends up getting you in serious trouble. And you didn't know it because everybody wanted to keep it quiet. Everybody wanted to censor it. And I never had a problem with Blind Deal before. I used to go over there and hang out.
I still don't have a problem with him. I don't know him, first of all. But second, his views are his views. I don't have to live it. but I don't
Right.
have to agree with it either.
Yeah, I just won't support somebody like that.
Right. It's that
I used
simple.
to, and I won't. Yeah, and that's
I'm not going to sit
all I
here and
was trying
bash
to.
the dude, but
That's all I was trying to say in Mary's chat. Is I don't. He supports people that think he supports a guy that thinks Nazi, Trump supporters are Nazis, and so I don't support him.
yep, it's that simple.
I mean, I'm not bashing it. I didn't bash the guy. Like, I just don't support him for this reason. And because I gave my reason, I got fucking blocked, which is lame. You should be able to give your own shit. I understand. Like we say, if the person's just going fucking ballistic in your chat, I get it. Whatever. But if you talk about a certain subject or a certain person, and somebody gives you their opinion or they shouldn't get blocked. That makes you part of the blocking censorship problem in the country.
I mean, Channel 2 does it all the fucking time.
Yes, he does.
All the time. Zorax, what do you believe in?
You don't believe nothing.
Nothing, dude.
That dude censors himself. No,
Yeah,
he's
it's
fucking funny.
blind Neil. That's where, yeah, I support a few people that are on the left side. Do they have fucking crazy views? Yes. Have they called me a Nazi? No.
Right. Yeah, we
You can
still
have,
fuck with
you
that.
can, yeah, you can have the fucking views you have, and we can be friends. That's not what we're saying.
No. It's when you support. I mean, if anything, you should have went to Pat Center and said, "Man, isn't that a little extreme calling somebody a Nazi? I mean, like, is it really that? I mean, come on, like, I mean, but you were flat out like, oh yeah, I've been watching it. I'm scared. Like, like you're agreeing that we're fixing to come over and take over your country. You're saying
Shit.
you're scared. You're watching and you're scared of that. In my opinion, that makes you an ignorant person. I mean, like, come on. Are you seriously think? I mean,
Well, I mean, in fairness, all he has to watch is what news channels he watches, and they tell them that.
or fear mongers on YouTube.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, that too.
And that's the problem with why I didn't. I don't care. Pat Strait can speak his piece about whatever the fuck he wants, whether it's true or not. But what he's doing is he's one person right here, blind Neil. Already, he's in his chat. Yeah, I'm watching too. I'm scared. Blah, blah. You're fear mongering people.
Of shit that ain't gonna happen.
No. Yeah. No. Holy shit. Your notification's blowing up.
Yeah.
Oh, that was your
Text.
OnlyFans credits, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You credit so that way you can go watch some OnlyFans now.
It's time to do a live.
Yeah.
Man, it's colder than a witch's titty today.
So there you go. So you didn't even listen to the whole rant, but you went in and made your comment in the comments. Do you understand what I mean about like intelligence? Like, why would you go comment what you commented in his chat if you didn't even listen to the whole thing? That's how things get fucked up. That's how people will take the headlines of something, not read the whole fucking story, not listen to the whole fucking story, and then they'll just run with it. But you obviously listened to enough that you said you've been watching and you're scared. And the only thing that you would be scared of because you live in Canada would be the part of us coming over there to kill your women and children, which is never going to happen. Nonsense. It's propaganda bullshit.
100%.
And all Pakistan is doing is trying to put a divide in people. He's unfortunately, I feel bad for the guy that he's really sick. He's going through all that he's going through. But he also, I'm sure, is probably hating life and just the way shit. And so sometimes you should not put shit on the internet when you're not having a very good time in life.
That's the last thing you should do. Just share your fucking. Oh, Jesus.
You break up with your girlfriend and go rant about her on the fucking internet. That kind of shit's weird.
Yep.
So all I can say to you, Blaney, is please, at least
Do your own
watch
research.
it all. Right, watch it all before you make a comment. I mean,
If
but
you'd have just been in there saying "Cheers, Pat fan," what up? We wouldn't be saying a word.
I wouldn't have said nothing. And I wouldn't have said nothing if somebody else wouldn't have, gave their opinion about how cool of a guy. I thought you were a cool guy too, and so I see you over at Pats fan, supporting Pats fan. As soon as I seen that, I went, ooh. So when somebody said, "Oh, he's a really great guy," blah blah blah, I'm gonna put my opinion about it. You know, I don't agree with what you did. And if your actions are what is the only thing I have to go on of what kind of a person you are in real life, I mean, sometimes we need to, watch the way we roll.
Mitchell.
Yeah, but the same thing with history. If you know much about history, you also know that they're finding that a lot of what we thought was history is bullshit. I mean,
Well, just like Flyby said last night, the winner writes the history books.
absolutely, it's always been that way.
Right. So I mean, you only got to go by what one side says.
Yep. And then they find, there's different discoveries. Like they found that Vikings were in North America a lot sooner than what they're finding all kinds of different. So then it contradicts, the whole, this person was here first, and it's like, no, they really weren't. These people were already here. You know, it's like Columbus. Oh, it's Columbus discovered America. How's that possible? when there was people already living here. Like get the fuck out of here. I like history. Good question, Lorax. Um, I really don't know because I don't go around asking people what their religious beliefs are.
But yes, we actually do know a Jewish person.
Mm,
We all do.
I mean, I just don't. That's not. I wouldn't be able to say like, oh yeah, I know about three Jewish. I don't know.
I don't. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, because it doesn't even. I either like you for who you are or I don't. Like I don't even give a
Right?
fuck what your hobbies or nothing like that are. Like, mm, you're a cool person. You're a cool person. I don't even give a shit. I mean, what you do. Like I don't. You know? I mean, obviously, there's a line there, but you can't be some fucking weirdo.
About to be good.
Oh hell yeah. It's already moist.
Mm,
We just had like a big group of people come in and buy this huge funeral home. And we were like, what the fuck? Who's that? You know, like, damn it. They were doing all this renovation. Then they put a sign up that said, Church of the Latter day Saints. And we were like, oh, why are they coming into town? Like, fuck. Everybody has the right to do whatever they want. My buddy's got a house for sale, like, right next to that place. I was like, dude, you better go sell it to the fucking church. He's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, go sell it to the church. It's right on their property line too, so they would own the church and then this house. They would own that house. I'm like, yeah, go sell it to them. They'll buy it just to own it, just to have it with the church. Probably charge them more. Oh, he just took a bite. It was so good he fell out. You know, you were like,
it's fucking good.
We got a little bit of snow this morning.
Yeah,
Fucking
we got like an inch.
yeah, it's like a little dusty.
Yeah.
What's worse is when it starts melting and then freezes.
Yeah, it ain't melting today. It's like fucking what's the temperature right now? We're supposed to get it's 11 right now. Probably feels like -4. Supposed to
That's
be
pretty
negative
cool.
3 tonight.
I think it's like in the 20s.
No, 11 feels like 5.
don't censor people. I mean, gosh, people, like, stop doing that. I mean, if you don't like what they say, tell them that you don't like what they, tell them that. Fuck off with that shit. If that's what you want to do.
Or just ignore them.
Or ignore it. I mean, I fucking watched. Did you watch the little Upchurch video you did this morning?
Yeah. Yep.
I fucking swear, I felt like he was talking about the cannabis community. Like, fuck. That's why I commented in his fucking deal. He hearted my comment. I'm like, that's the same shit that goes on in the cannabis community. They hate it when you tell them the truth. They just,
Yep. That was fucking delish.
give her 20 minutes and you'll be dumping that fucker out.
Slide on out.
You don't drink coffee, do you?
Yeah, just only in the winter.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because that's right. You weren't drinking it summertime.
I can't, dude. It's too hot.
Yeah, it's pretty hot. I usually let mine cool down.
It's just like once I drink a cup of coffee and it's so hot out, dude. It's just like it just makes me that much hotter. And some people say that hot shit cools you down or some shit, and I don't fucking see it.
No, I don't either. Like when I get really hot, fuck, it seems like the only way to cool down is like a cold bath or fucking jumping in the river. And it's like I normally run hot all the time. Like the wife's always cold. I'm fucking in shorts, no shirt, fucking no socks, But then if I get cold, and I get cold down to my bones, oh, I'm fucking freezing.
Yeah, dude, after losing all this weight, I'm like colder for sure.
Oh, you will. Yeah, you'll notice that. But you'll feel better.
Yep.
I'm sure you already feel it.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think I'm down.
You said you're under 300. Dude,
I'm under 300. I'm at 296.
You're under 300.
Yep.
That is fucking amazing. That is awesome. Dude, that's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a total of 66 pounds so far.
That's great. That's great.
My goal is 100.
Right.
I've changed my goal.
You just get to your goal and then
go from
how
there.
you feel at that point. Yeah. If you want to lose a bit, you might lose that much and go, oof, I don't feel right. I need a little extra pound.
Yeah. The last time, so 100 pounds would be 262. I said my goal was like 265. And last time I was there, like I felt better. Don't get me wrong. And obviously I was on fucking dope. There's the whole reason I lost fucking weight. But I didn't look right, dude. I felt like I just didn't look right.
Well, if you're big boned and you're tall, and shit, you'll end up. It's just the proportions aren't right.
Yeah, and I got a big old fucking melon, dude. So like, when I lose weight, I got to keep my head proportioned. You know what I mean?
Right. Otherwise, you look like a bobblehead.
Yeah.
Well, what you'll need to do is just once you get down to a certain weight, then start going into a gym or get some weights and start doing some weights, because then you can tone it all into muscle, and then it'll look better anyway.
Right.
Then it'll match your bulldog head. Yeah, see, I don't care. Talk religion all you want. I just don't read the chat when you guys are talking about shit I don't want to look at. I just don't read it. The chat's there for you, not for me. I don't need to chat. I can say whatever the fuck I want. Like that's for you guys. I might read it here and there just to make sure nobody's asking me questions.
I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about.
I think they're all over the place, but
Shit.
that's usually. So don't get me wrong. I like the chat, but just, you guys
Oh,
chat it up.
chat's gruesome sometimes. It's funny.
Oh, it's great. That's what makes. If you're doing a live, sometimes you need those people in the chat because they create the content.
Yep.
I mean, so when you're censoring people, that could be a subject that could really get you views if that's what you're after. Like, I mean, there's a reason why these bigger channels listen to us over here, and you'll see it when they do a video, and you're like, "What? We were just talking about." You're like, yeah, it's content. I get it. But if you're after views, you need content.
Well,
And
regardless of what we all say, we're here. We put videos and do lives to get views. It's just what it's here for. Now, we might not care how many views we get.
right.
Again, we're here for views. It's just what it is.
I started this live so that way I could have people that I could rant to. Right? That was today. That was just like, if I didn't care, I could have went and stood in the fucking mirror and yelled and screamed all I wanted. Like, I just tired of the censorship. I mean, like, good gosh. Like, she would have been like, come on now. Let's stop with that. I don't want that in my chat. Like, I mean, she did say, when I made the first comment, she did say, School Crop, you know better. I don't do the politics stuff. And so when I made the next comment, I said, it's not politics. I'm just telling you the reason why I don't hang out with this guy. And she blocked me. And then said, I told you not to do that. I was like, whatever. I gave my opinion. We gotta stop doing that. Don't be so quick to fucking kick somebody out of your chat, time them out, fucking doing all that shit. She didn't block me. She timed me out, but I just don't. You do that so that way you get rid of the fucking comment in the chat. It's like the comment's not bad. You gave your opinion, I'm giving mine. So I guess because it's your channel, you can give your opinion, but I can't give mine. That's a censorship. That's the same shit people bitched about with IG and YouTube and Facebook and X and all these platforms. They're like, oh, they just censored you. They censored you. So then you don't do it. Don't be a hypocrite and bitch about it and do the same thing in your chat. Or do it and look like a big old cuck.
Yep.
Because everything is content. Everything is content. Everything is content. I don't. I give up on the whole. I'm not gonna lie. When I first got on YouTube, fuck yeah, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be cool. I'm gonna fucking grow weed with everybody. We're all gonna have our own little weed community, and I'm gonna get a lot of subscribers, and I'm gonna get sponsors, and I'm gonna help teach people how to grow, and blah blah blah. And then I realized I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's a big reality check. And if you can just let go and just think of it like going to treatment. You can go to treatment and you let go and you start realizing that you got a problem, blah blah blah. You start working, and you're pretty soon you're gonna be like, holy fuck, I can't believe how lame I was.
Once you figure out you're the problem, everything falls into place. That's a lot of things in life.
And I know me, I know speaking for me, and I could guarantee not everybody over at PKR, they don't wish no bad ill will on nobody's grow. They don't want nobody to, I mean, it's not about that at all. It's just anymore, it's gotten to the point where nobody cares really about the plants. They don't, I mean, they're more interested in making
Drama.
friends and yeah, the different drama. Like, we got people showing dicks on the fucking YouTube. Like, that's fucking weird. That's really. Mm. If you did that in real life, you would have to register because that's considered like a sex crime. You know, exposing yourself in public. I mean,
There's
that's
kids
weird
that
shit.
do this shit, man.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when you're in a short life.
Yep. Especially the short lives.
I mean, I don't condone either side of that shit, you know, because it's happened on the other side too. I mean, again, though, I'm not going to censor nobody. I mean, if that's what you choose to do, whatever happens, happens. It's not my, you know, I'm not, you know, not my deal. I wouldn't. You know, AJ's not blocked over my channel. I mean,
AJ ain't blocked on anybody's channel.
sometimes I'll be honest. There's a lot. I mean, not a lot of times, but there's quite a few times that with some people I know that I'm not necessarily right, but I'll just argue with them to keep them going. Like, you know, like, oh yeah, like fuck it. Nah, I don't think. You start spinning things around. Like Channel Two, I'd love to get Channel Two wound up. I mean, it's funny to me. Like, why? Because he's such a fucking cuck. He isn't gonna listen to the truth anyway. Like, if I can't have a normal conversation with you, and you're gonna be fucking weird, then I, if I'm bored, I might as well fucking like holding the string to a cat, right? Like, okay, shake it around a little bit, shake it around a little bit, get the cat to fucking. That's Channel Two. He's the cat. You know what makes it even better is when he goes in and he goes back in and he unblocks because then all my bucket channels get unblocked and I can do it all over again.
Well, he's got to do that because he only ends up with fucking a couple people in his fucking chat.
Right. I don't know. But the whole growing plants anymore, I think, man, it's sad, but I almost feel like that part of the YouTube shit's just about dead.
No, it's pretty much
Unless you don't know
unless you're
any
in the
better,
fluffing
because then
computers.
you're gonna be over. Yeah, you'll be over there on that side, and you're not gonna know, and you're gonna be like me, and you're gonna be 3 years in until you realize that. Wait a minute,
Yep.
I'm growing weed, but I'm always running out still. Like, and it's not that I'm smoking anymore. It's that I'm not yielding shit.
Yeah.
I mean, and these guys will fluff their numbers to you. So you think, sweet, if I do this, I can get fucking what they're getting. I'll be I'll be golden. And then when you get less, you start doubting yourself and thinking, damn, I really suck. Well, partly true, but the other part is this guy over here boosted you up and made you think of something that isn't realistic for you yet, you know, because he's not doing it, you know, like it's nuts, it's crazy, and if I kick you in the nuts, it's gonna hurt. You're gonna remember it, right? You're gonna remember it. So most everything I tell you, you're probably going to remember it too. Whether you're saying fuck you to me or not, later on, you're going to be thinking about it.
It'll click, yeah.
You know?
I mean, we already see it happening, which very
I was,
slowly is people trickling over from there. You know what I mean? Like, I
oh,
don't
yeah.
know how the fuck I didn't see it. You know what I mean?
It was crazy the other day. I was watching the PKR restream, and it was an older one because it was before Dad's tent came around.
Yeah.
I like watching those old ones. It's like,
Yeah, there's a
wow,
lot of older ones that were
you see people that are, you know,
not around.
that was when Canada and Dad's tent were fucking totally fucking fuck PKR.
Yep. It was funny to watch Dad's come around. It was funny.
I knew Dad's tent was a good guy even back then.
I did too. I liked him then. Even whenever he was saying "fuck us," I knew I liked that dude.
Yep.
And then it finally clicked with him, like, oh, and then he's like, yeah.
I kind of knew it would because I mean, a real person is gonna understand. Like when I'm telling you how fucking goofy it is to be doing those earth boxes and shit like that indoors, like that, you know, like. Eventually, you're going to be looking at it. You're going to be thinking about it. You're going to be looking at plants, and you're going to be like, "God, this dude's right. Like, what the fuck am I doing?" Like, you know, because it's crazy. It's so much more easier than that. Simple. You know, like, are you wanting to grow weed and bud? Or are you wanting to grow soil? Because I don't know about you. I'm not trying to grow soil. Like, no.
All you do is complicate the fuck out of it when you do this shit. It can be so simple. And then once you figure out how to grow a fucking plant, then you can start to complicate things a little bit more.
Well, it's cool because once you learn to grow a plant, you can do you figure out how you could do the most smallest plants all in one tent, or you go in and see how quick you could do one or two plants to fill in the same space. You know, because you just know what the plant's going to look like. You know what it's going to take to get it there at each stage. I mean, and there's a lot of that. I can't teach you that. You're going to have to see it with your eyes.
That's
the
the
problem.
hard part.
I can't show you that through my voice changer.
Right. And like even doing them on videos and shit, dude, it's really, really hard to teach somebody experience. You know what I mean? Like it's very hard to teach somebody that. And without, just getting the experience. Like I can tell you what to do.
Yeah.
And you might have to adjust a little bit from your environment, your whatever. But it's never the advice we give is a lot of times not going to be 100% because of different factors. So you have to go find that medium and then adjust.
There's always those little things you gotta tune in. I can't do it because I don't know because I'm not there.
Right.
Yeah.
There's a lot of shit that you like. I need to be there to fucking tell you facts. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just like Smelly D with him and his watering. Like I can tell you how to do it.
I know it's so tough,
dude.
Especially
it's really tough.
Too. I hate seedlings.
Yeah.
Because you've got to remember with seedlings, there's that tap root, and then you're gonna have barely any roots. That thing's gonna have barely any roots.
Yep.
So really, if you're in a cut, the whole saturation thing's tough because you walk on that borderline of that cup being wet too long, depending on the environment. Because if it's a warmer room, then maybe it'll dry out quicker. If it's cooler room with, with drier temps, maybe it'll transpire more. I don't know. Depends on,
I can tell you how to water it if you're controlling your room, like to where it needs to be controlled, and you got like a 2-degree dead band each way. You know what I mean? Like I can tell you then because I know that environment and I know how long it takes. Because you don't need to fully saturate when you have an environment like that with high humidity, because it's already fucking feeding through the fucking leaves or getting water through the leaves and everywhere else. So it doesn't need to be like completely fully saturated like that. You got to water the root system, not the fucking bucket.
When they're really young like that, I feel the same thing. I feel you need to think in your mind that seedling's this big, the root system's only gonna be this big. It's
Well,
only gonna be
here's a good way. Here's a good way to figure out what the bottom looks like. Look at the top. If the top is, getting bushy and it's, as big as the solo cup, your roots are probably just, right inside that just a little bit. You know what I mean? They could even be outside of that. You know, so look at the top of the fucking plant. Now picture the bottom of the plant.
That's why I know a lot of people think it's goofy, but I always you do the clear cup in the red cup, because if you're really not sure, fucking pull it out and
that is a good thing for beginners to do. I will admit, but don't leave it in a clear cup, like in the light.
No, you have to black. That has to be in a different cup to black out.
That was my whole quirk with everybody doing clear cups. It's like, dude,
you can't do just clear cups. No way.
Yeah.
You'll kill all the outside of the roots, and those are usually the first ones that go fuzzy. So then all your roots are gone.
Water, light, and oxygen equals algae.
Yeah.
No matter what you do. They ain't listening to a word we're talking about in here.
No, they're talking about Jesus. Well, maybe not God. It is not God.
Well, Starhand, it's, when people, they just don't understand. Like, so this is how I start when I pop seeds. If I'm doing it in a solo cup, I'll fill that solo cup about halfway up, maybe a little bit more with soil. And I will water that soil. Obviously, I got holes in the bottom. I will water that soil before there's even a seed in there and completely saturate it. Let it sit there for an hour or two just to fucking drain out. Then I fucking pop my little fucking hole and put my seed in. And I don't have to touch that again for 5 to 7 days.
Yep. Because you can put that whole cup, you can stick a whole tray like that with the Mondi dome over the top, and then you walk away.
Yep.
Come back in a week. And then when it stretches way up out of the cup, you go in later and you backfill.
Backfill it. Yep. That's why I only fill it up halfway.
I've been starting seeds in rock wool lately. You just gotta be careful doing that.
Well, with rock wool and the cubes, you gotta make sure you put the seed in correctly. Yeah. One thing I've noticed, you know what I mean? Because if you don't, it's gonna fucking take forever for that head to come up out because it's going the wrong way.
And then if they stay wet too long under the light, they'll algae. So you gotta. I really think with cubes, you really need like a heat mat or something. I just set my little tray on top of the light, like a driver.
Yeah.
But just the heat then helps dry those cubes out quicker.
Yep. Just be careful with the heat mats, man. Put a towel over them or something because.
Yeah. Well, I hate to say this because it's more money, but if you got a heat pad like that, you really should get yourself a controller. Yep.
Yes.
And then you should have a thermometer gun. And I always say a thermometer gun because I learned it with the snakes. When I have to have the thermostat set at 105 to have inside the tote where the snake's warm area is to be 90 degrees. So there's like a 15-degree difference between, going through, because I got a little piece of cardboard there and shit. So
Right.
going through everything, there's a 15-degree difference. So that's what's really nice to have that thermometer gun, because you can set that. You can set that at say, 80 degrees, and then go check it, and it's only, 72.
76.
Yeah, it could be less.
The cardboard thing is kind of a good idea, actually. I never
This is
thought
a
about that.
buffer.
Yeah, no, for real, I like that.
I mean, you have to set the thermostat up higher, but
A little bit higher, right? I can't wait for you to get that fucking chiller, dude. I want to hear how what your difference is.
We're gonna hose right away. I'll clean it. I'll have the turbo toner ready. I have a whole rolly cart that I have a fucking surge protector and everything on that I put the turbo toner on. So all that'll go on the cart. And then I can just plug the cart in.
Yeah. I'm glad we waited a little bit to do it because I forgot to put your fucking the ink bird in there. We were on here talking about ink birds one night, and I'm like, oh, fucking stuck it in there real quick.
Yeah, I forgot about it too. No, I appreciate it. It's gonna be. I bet you. We'll show everybody. I know Mikey was having a little bit of heat issue, but
I'm telling you, dude,
Mikey bought a big one.
Consistency of the water. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Mikey's got a big one. He bought a big
one. Does he?
Yeah.
He got like one of the 48s or the fucking 120 or something.
It might be a 120. Yeah.
Holy shit! Yeah. He would definitely need one.
He found it used.
I'm telling you, but the water temperature, if you can keep it consistent, dude, it makes a fucking huge difference, dude. Huge difference.
Well, yeah, the spike up and down with the water too changes the pH and shit. So
yes, it does, and this keeps it fucking steady, dude. I kept mine at 68 degrees, and dude, once I fucking pH'd it, it would last all the way till I fucking cleaned it. Never had to fucking touch it.
Yeah. I'll just have to put a notch in it.
Nance, good morning or afternoon, whatever time it is now. Just afternoon. Yeah, I think you'll see a big difference in time.
That's the thing. ADHD and I were just talking recently about the turbo toner, and God, when you don't use the turbo toner and you do cubes, you're like, oh my God, it takes so long.
Yeah. Like you have to stay in there 14 to 21 days doing.
Yeah, it
takes forever.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out a better way to ship bare root clones.
Better way to ship bare root clones. What about Rubik's Cubes? The fucking Godans. Get that real wet. Stick the fucking stem down in there with some drooping gel on it. Boom,
Yeah, possibly.
You might even have to, kind of form the fucking Rubik's Cube or something, you know what I mean, to fit the spot. But
I love the plant shipper containers, but they're made, for cubes and shit like that. And it's like, there's got to be a way. Of course you can always fucking glob around a bunch of wet paper towel or something. But that doesn't look very professional.
Generic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would try the Rubik's Cube. I mean, you know how Rubik's Cubes are when they don't get light and they're in fucking a closed space, especially in like a greenhouse effect, dude. Them things will stay wet for a grip, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I would try.
That's probably what would work. Because you can get, I mean, I feel that you just get a better, nicer clone out of the turbo cloner.
Oh God, dude, way
Just,
better. And in my opinion, the turbo cleaner keeps that fucking stem nice, fat, big, wet. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't.
yeah.
I feel like in the cubes and shit, you'll notice that stem gets smaller for a minute, and
Yep.
then
And
it'll
you always take
start
the
to
risk.
bigger.
You take the risk of getting your fucking stripe.
Yep,
God.
yep. I know. Once I started using the turbo cleaner, dude, I had no red coming out of the turn out of the cleaner. But when you do them in the fucking the other ones,
Cube, depending on how long
cubes,
we have to stand.
yeah, you're more than likely coming out with some a little bit of red striping.
It normally comes right out of it, but it's like,
Yeah,
fuck.
yeah, yeah. I would definitely try that. Try the Rubik's cube. I think they'll stay wet. A good grip.
Because they're just nicer clones. I mean, anytime you ship clones to somebody, you
It's
want the
smelly.
best fucking clone.
Smelly's like I can't even fuck up the turbo glitter.
Well, I wasn't gonna say it. No, you gotta hit me up on fucking Discord, Smelly. I see you on Discord. You just hit the messenger on there. I hate
No,
you.
Mitchell, it's not. I don't. I hate seeds. I hate starting seeds. I'd much rather
Yeah.
start from clone any day of the week. I'm good at doing seeds. It's not that. I just fucking hate them. They're
Well,
so goddamn slow.
it's a long process. I can grow clones like 2 times the size at the same
Oh
time.
yeah.
And then they usually fucking overtake the space that you have everything. That's what I'm having now. Like, fuck. Time to make decisions. Time to make the donuts.
Just take a smaller clone then, Mitchell. Find you a little itty bitty fucking tiny little fucking thing and start it. There, you got your start.
Right. Start doing tissue culture.
What's it say here about you beefing with Miss Mary?
Oh, fuck.
She's she censored him.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate that shit, man. Say
All right,
whatever you
man.
want, and if somebody says something, then fucking, oh, gotta time you out. You can't say that. Like, what? Mary's alright. All her intentions are good. I'm just tired of all the fucking, the blocking, the sense, I mean, like, good gosh. You know, if somebody's not being completely fucking crazy in your chat, holy smokes. Wow. I just finished that joint. Phew. No, I mean, I just don't like the censorship. I mean, People need to stop doing that. Stop being so thin-skinned. The internet. I'm not insulting you. I'm not, if you give your opinion about somebody, I should be able to give my opinion. Nope, I don't like your opinion. You're a troll. Block. Time you out. Go sit in the corner and think about what you did. Like, fuck you. I think Smelly D's got a Discord thing going on. Yeah, you don't have to, just because there's two decisions in front of you, doesn't mean you have to choose either one of them. Just because somebody says there's only two options, doesn't mean there's only two options. And now we decide to show up. No, he said you can't complain about it. Like, if you don't like the outcome of something, and you have the choice of doing something about it, and you didn't, then it's on you. You can't complain about it. You can, but it won't do you any good. Because the outcome's the outcome. Trump's president. I just say, let's see what happens. The guy's only been there, what's today, 21 or 22 days? Like, come on. I mean, can we see what's going to happen here for a minute? Jeez. Doing others. Yeah, in 2032, right? Correct. 2032. Uh, asteroid's gonna fucking. That's so stupid. Oh, Lawrence always keeps it interesting. Go, go, go. Like I know he's really concentrating. Fuck. You guys are crazy. I need a soda pop. Oh, no. No. Dogs. Oh, yeah. Fucking snows pretty much. No, nowhere. I think it's supposed to be pretty cold, though. I don't think we're going to be as cold as you guys, though. The fuck, where you sit on that mountain, that place get pretty cold.
Yeah, it's supposed to warm back up. By Friday, we're supposed to be back up in the 50s, I believe.
Oh, that'd be nice. Damn.
I know it's hotter than ball sacks in here. Holy shit. Off heater. Good
Jimmy
God.
Cox, no bombs.
That's where I'm about to be. Might be fucking tops, no bounds.
Yeah. He's like, I already have no top on.
You should have seen how much pain I was in yesterday, dude. I was literally sweating. That's how much fucking outside. And it was like
From
fucking
what?
2 degrees, and I got an epidural in my hip yesterday, and I got spaghetti leg right now.
No.
I gotta like walk
Yeah.
around with a fucking walking stick.
Yeah.
But it's starting to come back now. Like it's slowly coming back.
Fuck.
The pain is fucking
Hip, right?
considerably better.
Are they going to do a hip replacement, or what are they going to do?
I'm trying not to, but like I said, if this works, I might not have a choice. I don't know.
Yeah.
Really, it all depends on what it entails. Like how long I'm going to be down.
You might have to take a trip to like Mexico and get some fucking stem cells or something.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Isn't that what people do? They fucking rebuild their shit with stem cells. And
Yeah, I have basically no cartilage.
if we were allowed to do that, your shoulder by now, fuck, it would be golden. You wouldn't have the scars. You wouldn't have none of the bullshit. But
Yeah, they don't allow it here, do they?
no, I don't think they do. I think I just seen another athlete went down to Mexico.
Oh, they do it. I know all the UFC fighters. They do it all the time.
Yeah,
that's why UFC built the Performance Institute thing they have, the PI.
Yeah.
That's why they built it down there, is for the stem cell.
Yeah.
Like that's like 90% of the reason why they did it. Besides, all the talent coming out of Mexico, obviously.
But think of the money that the doctors here lose, right?
Oh yeah.
They don't get to fuck you up like that. I mean, you do some of that shit and rebuild your shit stronger than it was before. Some of them guys, they come out and fuck like beast mode. Like, whoa, shit. All right, let's do it.
Oh my God! Now World War II didn't happen. Are you shitting me?
Oh,
Jesus.
wow.
And Lorax, sometimes I
Yeah.
wonder if he even believes this shit. I feel like he's
No,
just trolling.
yeah, he's shaking the fucking feather in front of the cat. Who's gonna get
Yeah,
it? Who's
yeah.
gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Yeah, get. Dad's just happened to fucking swat first.
Dude, I watched the funniest cat video this morning, dude. They put them cones, from like whenever like a dog you would get so they can't lick their
Yeah,
wound or whatever. Well, they put
yeah,
them on the cats, dude. Holy shit. They fucking flip shit, dude.
that'd be funny.
Dude, but to say that World War II didn't happen, come on, dude. My grandfather was in war. My great grandfather was in World War II, dude. Don't tell me it didn't happen. Stop it.
No, he was part of it. He got a script.
Yes, I agree. Religion divides people. Yes, 100%. He said, "No, I think he's dumb for real." My great grandfather that I know, I fucking grew up as a kid with him, told me all these stories that were just fucking not true. Stop, dude. You're.
It's funny you say that because everybody that fights in the military, once you join the military, you are part of the fucking government. The
Yeah,
government owns you.
yeah, you're a number, just like a prison inmate.
Who pays you? The government.
Oh, I believe that, Midnight. Absolutely.
Oh, we never are. We're
Yeah.
never told the truth. Never.
Well, if you want to commit suicide, just go to Canada. They'll help you. That's wild, dude. That is wild.
There's absolutely a lot of lies in history. There. I've watched some pretty good documentaries of some guys that looked into shit. And it's like, ooh.
Lorax, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but how old are you?
Well, he gave me like 72.
See, this right here is how you get censored.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good one.
It doesn't matter. I was just curious.
He said
No,
17
not you, Lorax. I wasn't talking to you.
years
Me personally, have I ever censored you ever? Come on, dude. Stop.
No, I'd be more curious if you were like, I'm 17. I'd be like, holy shit, you definitely talk like you know a lot more than what you think you don't know. No, you can get rid of him if you want. That. If you know he's,
Yeah,
not
he's
good.
100%. That's all he's been doing is doxing. He's been running around putting T's address in everybody's chat. No, PD, he's been around spouting this shit off for years. He don't get fucking disrespectful or personal or anything. You know what I mean? He might call you a fucking idiot, but who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Half the time I am an idiot.
Yeah, like fuck. A lot of times I just forget shit. Oh yeah, that's right. Like, hey, fuck you.
Fuck Alan. That dude needs to get help. He either needs to get help or just don't put it on the internet. That'd be probably both choices, actually. Oh, Lorax makes me laugh all the time. I love you, you love me. We're one big happy family.
Yeah, fucking kumbaya shit. And then they're like, when you call them on their bullshit, they're like, nah, you're lying. It's like, God, really? You're gonna make me go pull fucking screenshots and shit? Like,
Yeah,
you know you did it. Why are you gonna call me a liar? Like,
flip the script, man.
it's so stupid. You get called on your shit, own it.
My dog was so cold he came inside, got on the bed, crawled up underneath the pillow, has got his head popped out of it.
But yeah, it's
His,
warm.
fuck, his feet were fucking frozen.
I got my spot. I don't know about you.
Yeah.
I
He
just
came.
bought some. I was at a thrift store and I just found some fucking dog shoes. So I bought them. It gets cold outside. Their feet get cold. Fucking horrible people out here. You got your dog curled up underneath a fucking pillow so if you get warm. You're a
Yeah.
mean. You bully.
Has anybody seen that baby video on Instagram, dude, of the mom throws it in a pool?
Oh God, dude.
Dude,
Yeah.
have
I
you
mean,
seen that?
yeah. And it starts
I
floating
get
on
it. Yeah, dude, he
I
starts floating and he brings
it's just
himself up.
screaming the whole time like fucking. I was
Yeah,
like, oh, the whole time I was going, what the fuck? Like, oh, like,
I like. What do
I
you
just,
think about that? Do you agree or disagree?
no, I disagree. I think that's a little extreme.
I think that
Uh,
was extreme. I get it, dude, but you got to keep your fucking hands. I understand you're trying to teach it how to, if it falls in or something, to fucking save
but you
itself. I
gotta,
get that,
they
but
gotta
dude,
also feel safe while they're learning this
right.
shit.
That's
Fucking,
gonna fucking freak them out, dude. Like, probably ain't
they're
never
just
want to
gonna,
swim again.
yeah, they're never gonna go in the backyard. Like if that's what happens when I fall in the pool, I ain't going even. You're right. I ain't going close to it. I ain't going outside. Like, that's the monster. You take your kid, get in the pool with them, play around with them a little bit. Throw them over on their back, let them float around. Get them used to floating around. Things like that. So when they do fall in the water, it's not the memory of the traumatic experience of you teaching them, because they're going to instantly remember what they're supposed to do, but they're also remembering how traumatic it was to them learning that. Like, no, not the right way to do it. That's just my opinion. I mean, I was kind of taught how to swim that way, so I'm kind of biased, and that's not the right approach. But you don't know how to learn to swim? I can learn. Yeah. No.
All right, Lorex, you're calling us. You're calling us Hitler again. I guess you could compare every fucking leader as Hitler. I mean, if that's what you're like.
Well, if that's the worst of the worst that you can think of to call something, right? Like, fucking Nazi.
I know you did. I was. You know what the fuck I meant. It's
Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know. I just think it's ridiculous. Like people are like way too far into it. Like you are overthinking the whole situation, dude. Like,
yeah. You're. It's like you guys are trying to find the comparisons, and
well,
dude, if you went to anybody, dude, in their life and picked it with a fine tooth comb, dude, you're gonna find comparisons. Period, dude.
and I find it funny. People are like, "Oh fuck, the president never does what he says. Like, he's never gonna do that shit. He said that, but whatever." But all of a sudden, Trump, for some reason, oh my god, he's gonna do everything. Oh my god, he's doing everything he says. Ah, ah. Like, come on.
And again, dude, he's gonna make mistakes, man. It's
Well, and some things he might say that he's gonna do, he can't even do it. So, like, come
might
on,
not
you
be
gotta
able to
be
do it. We might not be able to
like,
do it.
like
Too
he,
many roadblocks.
yeah, it's just, he's
But
just
I like
awesome.
how he's telling them all to fuck off and just does it anyway.
I mean, maybe they should have thought of that before they were the way they were to him for the last 4 years.
Yeah,
Mm.
trying to bury the man.
And the people spoke. The people spoke. Like,
Yep.
even though everything that you drug up and everything that you put, that even charging him and making him a felon, everything like that, we still want him to be the president. If you didn't have the right candidate going against him, that's your problem. And that's you failing your party. Nothing I can tell you about that. That doesn't make
I
me
just think people have too much hate in their heart for a man they don't know.
right. Well, and that what makes you have that much hate against me, because I have my own belief. Like what's gonna happen? Is Pat Smear gonna come out with a big apology when
Yeah,
all
right.
this stuff he says doesn't happen? I mean,
Well, the half of the shit he was talking about is already happening.
well, it already been happening, right? Like the money going overseas and shit. Like Trump's
Yeah,
been here like
the
20 days, 21
immigrants.
days.
Fucking,
Like
yeah,
how
22
much?
days now or something.
Yeah. So how much money has he sent over there? Like he, what did he say? It was 50 million a day or something like that.
I voted. I got my sticker right here on my refrigerator. Proud, proud about it.
And claiming that we want to go over there. We don't like you Canadians. We're just lying to you on these panels and stuff. You know, we want to come over. We want to kill your women and children. What? That's fear mongering bullshit. You know, that's not true. No, I don't.
I think everybody
Honestly,
just needs to fucking sit back and relax and watch what happens. We all on this side might be like, what in the fuck is he doing? But
right.
at this
We
point,
might end up doing. Wait, let's
yeah,
see what
at
happens.
this point, dude, it's a watch, dude, and watch and listen to the right shit. Don't believe the fucking bullshit. Trust me, if this was the fucking left party doing this, what he's doing right now, dude, I'd be on board as full force. Exactly, Smelly. What else can we fucking do besides sit here and bitch about it?
I mean, I guess we got to give them their 30-day bitch period. He hasn't been there
Yeah,
30 days yet, so they got to get that bullshit out. I mean, has he even mentioned that fucking propaganda 25 or whatever since he's been there? Like,
yeah. Yes, you can. Yes, you can relax. That's a beautiful thing. And if
yeah,
you all, if you people, yeah, and when I say you people, the extreme left want to fucking leave or don't like what's going on here, then leave. It's that simple.
yeah. I don't care if you leave or not, but you always have the option to leave. Mm,
Yeah, I could give two fucks if you leave.
mm,
Yeah, I think it is, and it has to be an extreme wild 4 years, dude, because it got so far extreme bad.
Again, I wait. I'd like somebody to please explain to me why it's a bad thing that we have somebody that's gonna, that knows really good about business audit the government. Let's find out where our money's going. We always call the government a crook.
Yeah,
Let's see what they're doing.
yeah.
Let's
People are
find
bitching
out.
about the fucking money. They're getting into everybody's accounts. And no, they're not getting into your. What the fuck they care about your account? Let's stop it.
Yeah,
They're getting into the government's accounts, the government agencies, finding out where all this fucking money is going.
are you afraid that you're getting welfare money that you shouldn't be getting, and they're going to find out? Well,
Well, that could
maybe
be
they
a problem.
will. Yeah, I mean, they're checking into everything though. They're going to go make sure your child is getting the best education for the money that's being spent. That's not a bad thing. They're going to go look at the money that goes to the military. Are we, funding the right things? Are we putting money where it's supposed to be going? Like that's not a bad thing either.
Peter, Nancy, why does everybody need to get off the disability? That's no. That's not what needs to happen. The
That would
people
be
that are
nice.
scamming the disability, yes. Now that's a different story. I agree. But taking people off of disability that need that fucking money, no, dude.
Yeah, that doesn't make it. Everyone's uneligible. That makes absolutely no sense. I paid into my disability the whole time I worked. So
Yeah,
how am I not eligible? That's what Social Security is. I mean, it's not my fault that I had to work just as hard as everybody else does. I become disabled. I'm entitled to the money that I paid in.
Dude, I know a
I mean,
lot of people that are eligible. What do you mean?
if I could go back to work, fuck, I wouldn't be on YouTube right now. That's fucking.
Yeah.
mm, I would trade going to work for fucking pain every
Some people,
day in a
some
heartbeat.
people, yeah, some people that are on disability probably should have a part-time job that they're able to do. I don't disagree with that, Nancy, but that doesn't mean take their money away, because I can guarantee you their disability is barely surviving them. Barely, if it even is right now.
Well, I think they should take alcohol away too, because some people can't control their alcohol and they get a little
Yeah,
carried away. So
yeah.
maybe we should do that too while we're at it. Well, we can get right down to what really needs to go if we want to really talk about it. I mean, alcohol is the fucking devil.
Yep.
We should fucking ban alcohol. We should ban cigarettes. I smoke and fuck, man, that would be great. I fucking, ugh, I
Yeah,
hate it.
I do too, buddy.
Mm. Let's
So it's
let's get
definitely a
into
love-hate
it.
relationship.
Mm. Look, the fact of the matter is, we pay like to say somebody's freeloading off of your tax dollars. What about their tax dollars? Like theirs don't count that they paid in. Like all the money. You know, I worked my whole fucking life. I wish I could go back to work. Fuck. Uh, I would go back to work at McDonald's if I could go back to work.
Dude, I'd go to work anywhere right now, dude. Nowhere's hiring. It's great. Everybody's on a hiring freeze right now.
And right, work on a computer. Like, well, okay, what am I going to do? I have no fucking. Am I going to use the DIE because I have no experience? Are they going to hire
Yeah,
me for that?
same thing here. I've tried to find online jobs, dude,
Are they,
and
are they going to hire me because of the
because
DIE
I
and they go
don't have the,
bankrupt because
they're
I
gonna
have
hire
no
me because I
experience?
don't have the qualifications. Like, yeah,
No, they're not. And to be real, I'm a poor, disabled, white guy. So I don't qualify for a lot of different shit. They somehow said I didn't fucking sign up for selective service when I was 18. So they denied me for even going to school. I can't even go to fucking school and get a grant to go to school.
really,
Right. Yeah. I tried
that's
to
great.
go get a grant to go to school and they were like, I was denied. And I was like, what am I? They said, uh,
If you
something
don't
about
qualify, who
selective
the fuck
service.
does?
And I'm like, well, selective service. And so I called and I was asking them, like, yeah, when you turn 18, you're supposed to sign up. You're supposed to make sure you sign up for the selective service. Like, that's for, like, the draft. And apparently, I was in Job Corps at the time. I didn't fucking know. And
Huh.
apparently, I never signed up for it. You don't have to sign up for it now. It's automatically done.
Right.
I was like, well, that's kind of fucked up. But now I think the school system, that's the thing,
I,
right? With DIE, I could go to school for fucking 4, 6, 8 years and still not get the job because there's somebody else that gets it, even though they're not qualified. Yeah. I mean, is that fair to the person that went to school and actually put in the work Did you get that, Joe? No.
What did Trump pass? Put the executive order in for what was it? Taxes on tips or something like that.
Yeah, no taxes on overtime or tips
Nice. Oh, he did get the overtime in there. Okay, good.
because I mean, let's be real. When you work overtime, you think it's all cool, and dandy, but all it ends up doing is paying the taxes on your check. Like,
Yeah,
what you
right.
fucking do?
No, it does.
It puts you in a different tax bracket, and so then you you're not making the overtime. I mean, and your tips, that's your tips are according to your service. That's not a mandatory thing. So if you're an asshole and don't get tips, okay, you don't get taxed. But if you're a nice person and you treat people with good service and you make a good tip, you shouldn't be fucking you shouldn't be taxed on that. You were being a good person and doing a good job, you know? Which you would think, okay, like you should do that anyway because you're getting paid a wage, right? But there's a lot of places that pay waitresses a lower wage because they know they are making tips.
Yep.
So
I
those
think that's
tips
bullshit.
do they those tips do count for those people. That's part of their wage. I didn't know it either. I always thought, and I was against it, but when I found out like Georgia, they'll get paid like $5.50 an hour, and then the rest comes from their tips. And so it's like, oh, I
Yep.
get it. Well, they rely on their tips, but your tips can be based on how good a service you do. You
Yeah.
know?
I don't think. I don't think they should. I think it should be minimum wage. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yep.
Regardless, at least minimum wage, and then plus tips. They should be able to pay you $5.50 or $3.25 an hour just because you get
Yeah,
tips.
because they know you're getting tips, right? And then other places, like I worked at a restaurant where they do the tips in quarterly. So all the tips are collected, and then they cut you a check like every 3 months, and the tip check's based on the hours that you work. So it has nothing to do with service, like.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But you
You
shouldn't
need
get
that money to survive, dude. Like you can't
it's
survive
based
off of
on
five
service,
five an hour.
right? And you shouldn't be, you shouldn't be taxed on it. I mean, like because that's not a set thing, you know. The government shouldn't get their cut because you put in above and
Because of
beyond
your hard
service.
work. Yeah.
Right. Like fucking yeah.
I don't think they should tax paychecks at all. At all. We pay our taxes when we buy everything. Like we're double taxed. You know what I mean? Triple taxed. Who the fuck knows?
Nancy's always ready to fight lately. She just wants to fight.
Dude, I was gonna say something, but I stopped. And it's like Nancy, you don't want to fight with her, but you poke her. You sit there and poke her, and you expect her not to say something back. Trust me, if it was the other way around, I would say the same thing to Midnight. So don't think I'm taking sides or anything like that. If she was poking you, I would say the same exact thing. course they want us to work, dude. That's how they make money.
Mm-hmm. And that's the crazy thing, and that's the the system that's kept everybody down for so long. Like, everybody's getting a cut of your check, and everybody's like, "Oh, you don't want to pay taxes." No, it ain't about paying taxes. It's about getting taxed at every level of the fucking game.
Yeah.
Uh,
We should be taxed one time on our money.
I
One
get
time.
taxed. Our state does the whole income tax, so I get taxed on the cars that I've owned for years, and I've owned them free and clear. I still get taxed on it every year. That's
Insanity.
ridiculous.
Insanity. It's like, dude, it's like, okay, tax us at our paycheck, or tax us when we spend it. One of the two, not both.
I mean, I understand the whole tax when you go and you buy shit because to me, that's the store getting the tax money that they're going to end up having to fucking pay. Right? Like, you know,
Yeah,
so
but
they're
they
getting it
should
from somewhere.
taxing our
But
paycheck too.
no, you shouldn't take my check too. And it goes to state, federal, then you got your local, fucking fire, 911, fucking, then you got your, like, and then when you pay your power bill, they tax it. And when you pay your water bill, there's a tax. When you pay your internet, there's a tax. Like, it's every step of the way. And I think taxing food is crazy.
Well, they don't tax food here.
Yeah, they tax food here.
No shit.
Yeah, it's fucking nuts.
Wow, I've never heard that.
I'm really shocked too. They don't tax it in Washington.
Yeah, Kentucky didn't tax food.
I'd have,
Ohio.
and that's the thing. If you got food stamps, it's not taxed. But if you use cash, it's taxed. So it's like, fuck. I could see like taxing certain things, like things you don't really like. You don't need soda and fucking chips and certain things. But like your normal basic essentials, milk and fucking butter and shit like that. Like,
If they tax food, I've never noticed it.
damn, man.
I just never noticed what's going on.
Oh shit.
And PD, no, there's no, you can't stop it now. And listen, again, I'm not taking sides, but I've watched all this, and yeah, I mean, I do. I've watched it all. She's not lying. I do know the truth. And Nancy pokes her.
All right.
Now, does Midnight poke her once she gets started? Absolutely. But she tries to avoid it, and then Nancy starts on her, and then there's no choice. So there's no stopping it now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
I say you two just block each other.
I'd say fucking. There's 33 people in the chat might like to see it. So do what
Oh
you
yeah.
do. You need to do. I'm sorry, I don't know the whole story, so I don't want to get in the middle of you guys. So I've just seen just the last couple of days. So. Yeah, I missed that totally for sure. I didn't see that, so.
Fuck, this is like round 21, dude. Frosty, what up, dude?
Frosty Vibes, what's up, buddy?
How you doing, man?
Hope all is good.
You and Sheena still fucking kicking it strong?
I don't know if I want to get in the middle of you guys. I can post it because I don't want to censor nobody.
Well, it's kind of, I agree with Top. Yeah, just like let it go. We don't get to see two chicks fight ever. Like it's always dudes. So what I'm saying is, don't block each other.
Well, I mean, we got to make sure there's always a platform. Somebody needs to work something out.
Well, I wish they would work it out behind the scenes, but it always happens in front of everybody, so that's when it happens.
Ends up blowing up.
It happens in front of everybody because she wants to be like the first lady. Like we all know you've been here.
I don't think that should fucking matter, regardless. Nobody's better than anybody. Who cares how long you've been
She
here?
has my address, PD, and despite I won't dox her, but she has my address. I've lost hers somewhere. Well, I can talk. You know, you have a mic too, Nance. I know you haven't done anything all day. I'm actually waiting for my son to get off the bus. He gets here in about 45 minutes. Now, Nance, I don't really want to play this because I hate being the fucking bitch. But since I'm an ignorant bitch, well, let's see. I'm just gonna, I can't share it because I don't have the keys for crop, but I'll just play it. So Christmas Eve, I sent like 8 people a fucking video about being an asshole. It was a Goggins fucking video about being an asshole. Christmas Eve night, about 1 in the morning. Let's see, where did I put it? Oh, fuck, I put it in the old lady file.
The subtle digs.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Midnight. You know, there's something that you did.
Yeah,
You know, you were saying that us female growers need to stick
Yes.
together and there needs to be more female growers and all this stuff. And, you know, you want me to like you and I want to like you. But there's something that you said and you were drunk, and I don't know if you remember you said it. Not playing the age card. You fucking played the age card against a fellow lady grower. Who the fuck does that, Midnight?
Okay, some backstory. So the night that Trump got elected, not even the actual like election day, we were watching fights And she came into fights all drunk. Midnight, you fucking bitch. Midnight, you fucking
That's
bitch.
where it all started.
We weren't live. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was just there. This chick was so mad that Trump fucking got elected. She got drunk after fucking being sober for 4 fucking years. Had to embarrass her. You did not apologize, Nancy. I have that fucking link where I can apologize to you in public. I fucking have it. So shut up about you apologizing. PD had to apologize for you. When you were drunk, that first week that you were fucking drunk, PD came with like, I'm sorry, Midnight, for my friend because she's retarded.
I know, she did too. I remember that.
And by the way, Nance, just because you forget shit when you're drunk doesn't mean I do because I'm not a fucking drunk. I am pissed because I fucking hate bitty old fucking biddies, bitter old ladies coming over here not doing shit all day, telling me I don't do shit all day when I'm fucking making money. Like, really, dude? I know you forget what it's like to be an adult, Nance. So when you spin this little tale that I'm fucking ignorant, I assume I have been very quiet. I'm not a drunk, Nance. I'm a binge drinker, a social drinker. I'm 32 years old. What do I have to fucking be an alcoholic for? I'm not depressed. My kid doesn't use they, them pronouns. You know what I mean? I hope he fucking never does. And you know what? If he does, I'm gonna be like, you're just fucking gay, dude. And it's fine to be gay, okay? If you can't accept shit like that, I'm sorry. Okay, continue. So, about the age thing. So when we finally did go live, she kept calling me a kid. So you keep calling me a fucking kid, you're gonna get called old. Sorry.
The date.
This was
Right before
12/24
Christmas.
at 1:30 in the morning.
Do you remember when you did that? And I said, you kept bringing up the fact that you were so young. I'm young. Young. And it's like, what the fuck? Anyway, that's kind of
What the fuck was that? Who cares?
What kind of fucking person does that shit? It's like eating your young, kind
Dude,
of.
so since before Christmas,
there's not
she's been
that
obsessed.
many ladies around that we can kind of trust and shit. And see, there's no trust here. You do that shit. I don't know. That just hurt my
She did sound
feelings.
drunk.
I need to say something because it's resentment, and I don't want a resentment about you. You're funny as fuck.
You do.
Yeah,
when
obviously.
you're around. But that just
You have
bothers
a big resentment.
What do you have to say for yourself? It's okay.
Okay, so I will let you know what I said to myself. She blocked me last night, but you can't delete conversations, Nancy, only for yourself.
Well, don't play any more of that.
Well, I am going to play where she said that she wasn't going to apologize to me publicly since she hates me so much.
It don't matter. It's not good to put private messages out.
Well, I'm just saying because I'm tired of fucking being a type.
We've all seen it. We know. Well, 90% of us have seen it. We know what's going on. Like I said, I'm going to call it straight down the middle. If it was fucking you doing this, I would say the same thing to you.
And I would never do this because I don't have time to fucking do this. I don't have time. I have a fucking special needs kid. I have a fucking husband. I have a farm to fucking help out on. Like, really, dude? I have my own fucking money to make because I want to get the fuck out of here.
I'm still confused on what happened. Because you were saying that you're young.
Nancy's a lib. She got mad about Trump and attacked the only fucking conservative woman that she could fucking find. That's what happened. And I've been telling her since Christmas, leave me alone. Leave me the fuck alone. Yeah. And I responded to her about that night about why I was fucking calling her old because she called me a kid. And I was like, and I repeat, you fucking quoted that I was nothing but a kid and I should learn more. So then she started getting called old. And now she's fucking resenting for it. And I've left her alone. And all she does is poke me and poke me and poke me and poke me. So I'm sorry you're old, Nance, but you need to get over it. And I will fight dirty, okay? Because, I mean, I guess you like fucking fighting dirty. And here comes your bestest friend to save you.
Hey, listen, I just wanted to let you know, like, I have nothing against you. I'm not trying to save Nancy. I just think that sometimes, like that, I'm just wondering if this can ever stop because it goes on and on. And I'm not saying that either of you don't push, the buttons with each other. I think it happens on both
Yeah.
ends of the spectrum, and I'm not saying that it doesn't happen first with Nancy a lot of times.
Okay, but why can't you be like, Nance, leave her alone? Why do you have to
I
come up here
have,
and
I
tell me to
have,
leave her alone
I
after she's
just,
been poking
She
at me for days?
has.
I have
I have
said
seen
that
it.
to Nancy.
She has. She
I
definitely
have.
has.
So
When? Because I
midnight.
don't hear it. I don't see it on here either. They have to
No,
fucking
she.
tell her.
You might not have
Nancy,
been around or something.
you
She
can
has
jump
said
up
it.
here,
I've seen
man.
it.
If you want, Nancy, you can jump up here. We can kill all this
I
right
don't
now.
mind if Nancy. Look, the thing is I have left Nancy alone, and there goes weeks that I don't tell her anything, like snarky with her little word snarky, and then she comes up to channel 2's or other people's, and I'm just there chilling, smoking, talking with people, and
Yeah.
then I'll be like, "Hey, I'm leaving.
She's
Go
popping
get your big
shots.
shit out." Nancy, do you
Popping
realize I had to
shots.
go dry clean a 20-year-old crochet fucking blanket that was made for my great grandma? Like, you stupid bitch. Like, really, dude? Like, I'm just tired of stupid shit like that. And then dealing with everybody and their bullshit in my own fucking life and have to come on here to see you have no fucking time trying to attack me.
It's all the little pop shots. And
Yeah.
I
I didn't
see
say
it.
anything to you yesterday at Channel 2, and you're over here, take the pig shit out midnight, knowing that was fucking condescending and patronizing. And then you try to act, I didn't do anything, like a little girl, dude. Like, grow
So,
up.
and I guess here's my question, and this is, probably unfair for me to ask this because I'm not involved in it.
Okay.
But when does it stop between the two of you? Because it
It
goes
has
on,
to. I
It
leave
you
was.
her
know.
alone. What am I supposed to do, PD? Let her fucking just
I
get
get it. I'd be, if I felt like I was being attacked too, I
Hold
would
on,
feel
wait.
the same
Can I just
way.
ask something? Have I ever said anything disrespectful to you?
To me,
Yeah.
not that I can think of. No.
Okay. And I'll ask Sammy the same thing. Have I ever said anything disrespectful to Sammy? I have been very fucking good with all of you guys. I don't have any problems with anyone but her. And there's no reason to. And I feel like she thinks that I'm a threat to her. And I've always said when she got mad, I'm not a threat to you, Nancy. I'm not here to replace you. I was here to grow weed. And then I
Yeah.
got, I started knowing y'all. I got into the fucking community. I'm here on YouTube. Just because I'm on fucking YouTube doesn't mean I'm at home.
No, it shouldn't matter where you're at or what you're doing.
Exactly. And it shouldn't be like, oh, where's midnight this morning? Like, really, dude? Nobody thinks about you that much either, dude. Nobody should think about me that much either. Think about your own fucking life. Don't you have a garden to go fucking dig? Don't you have family? Like, come on, dude. That was from, look, what I just played was from Christmas. There has been many more. Many more.
I can vouch for that.
You did not apologize, Nancy. And if you did, it was only on fucking the messages. And you're like, I'm going to leave you alone. No more pop shots for me. I can show that right now, too. You're like, I won't attack you anymore. No more catapults. And I literally told you twice, if you attack the bear, you're going to fucking get the claws. And then you still fucking do it. And then you act like the victim when I break out, when I fucking start telling you shit. So I'm going to let it be known from now on, I will not say anything unless something is said to me. Again, I have to reiterate that for the 6th month in a row. You did not apologize, Nancy. Do I need to play that fucking clip where you were like, I can't apologize to you publicly because I don't want people to know? Like, really? Because I have it. I have it right here, ready to go.
No more private messages.
Okay. Just showing my side that I haven't been nice.
I get it. I
don't
get
want
it.
to be mean to her. I don't want to fight with her. I just want to grow some plants and talk to people and chill, which is what I've always been doing. It's not a video, Nancy. You literally voice messaged me. Nothing's on anything that I want to show is not on the live. Everybody saw the live when it happened. And I was like, okay, and I got it because I even told PD, I know that she's going through some things. Sobriety is hard. And you went through some fucking feelings that, you had to go through. And I was your little punching bag. I even have that fucking message where you're like, you just came about and it was like an iceberg and all this shit. Like, I fucking have all that. There was no apology, Nancy. There was none. You know what it was? You were apologizing to Flyby and Nuggy, and I was like, what? I don't get one? And you're like, I'm sorry, Mid. That's what you did.
Nancy, I wish I could remember that.
Oh, I remember everything.
No, I don't remember her apologizing.
I remember it was that night. She was like, "I'm sorry, Nugget." She was apologizing to Cobra too for the fight. It was like 2 weeks after this happened. And she was like, "I'm sorry, Bye-bye. I'm sorry, Nugget." And I was like, "What? I don't get an apology?" And she was like, "I'm sorry, Mid." That's how she said it.
No.
And then
What
sent me
up?
that voice message about how she wasn't going to apologize to me in public.
Cheers. I
Cheers.
think I've missed something.
Oh,
Yeah,
I've
a little
got
bit.
lots of footage if you want to make a video.
Well, I have a little nap and I wake up and all hell's broke loose.
Let's
Fuck.
go.
God damn, you
Continue.
guys are going to get
Bye, Nancy.
FOMO again.
I'm going to mute myself so they can talk.
I don't know. Here's the thing. I think you're both pretty cool people. Midnight, I don't have anything against you. That's what I was coming up here to say. Nancy,
I
you know,
never thought you did.
I don't have any. I think as women, we need to build each other, build each other up, and that's I don't tear other women down. But I wish that the two of you could find some common ground. This is all I have to say about it. I know I understand, where you're both coming from, but I wish that you both could find some common ground to where you could just like exist in the same room with each other. I get it, like, but somebody has to stop somewhere, whether it's Midnight that chooses to take the higher ground or Nancy, you
I'm
know.
not, dude. I'm
Well,
not.
see, Midnight has taken the higher ground
I
several
I
times.
agree. I agree.
Okay. Can
Do
you
you
hear
really
me?
though?
I do.
Okay.
Me and Nancy have talked about this
I'm
before.
sure you have. I'm
I'm
sure
like,
you.
Nancy, you got to stop. You've got to stop putting yourself out there like this. This isn't good. It's not healthy.
Nancy, in the real world, when you do this, people will attack you.
I thought everything had settled down. What started all this again?
Pop
I
shots.
think Nancy's up here. She must have something to say. We should probably let Nancy
Yeah.
have the floor.
All right. Muting. Go, Nancy.
Nancy, honey, you're muted.
Yeah. Can we wait for my popcorn to get down here? Nancy.
I can only do 6 at a time. Where'd you go?
She lost her. She probably didn't have audio or something.
Well,
What
I'll say
started
this.
all this off again?
Just pop shots, huh? Oh,
I'm just gonna
pop
say
What?
shots in
in
chat.
front of PD. I'm gonna say this. I will not
I don't
attack you
understand.
more, PD, but I won't take disrespect.
That's
So
that's
she's
completely
gonna get
understandable.
Yeah.
gonna get what she gives me, and as long as she keeps doing this, she's gonna keep doing it, and everybody's gonna get annoyed.
I mean, I don't think that, it's logical for you to just have to sit back and take it.
Thank you.
No.
Yeah, no.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Yes,
Yes.
we hear you.
Okay, can I
can't
say
trigger.
something, please?
Yes. Everybody mute. Let Nancy have the floor.
All right, I'm going to talk about what happened the night that I got drunk. And that was the 8th. That was not the 5th. Okay, I got drunk. I went to the fights. I made a fool out of myself. I left. Nuggy came back on with his own show. That
And I
is where
apologize for that.
that is where I apologized. That is where I did all that shit. And then later, I was horrified because I didn't
Nancy,
remember.
you didn't apologize that night. You were so drunk.
Okay. I got mixed up here. Then later, I didn't remember what I said. And I was worried that I might have doxed somebody. So I called Nuggy and I said, Nuggy, can you please talk to me? Will you talk to me? So I called him and I said, will you please, is there any way that you can delete that video? Because I'm mortified and I'm sick to death. And I talked to Wild the day after that happened and I talked to him at length. And I thought I had a good conversation with him, but evidently I hurt his feelings too. And I felt like I alienated all the fucking Canadians that night. Okay, and Midnight, you fucking triggered me so fucking bad, and I just laid into you, and I told you I was sorry multiple times.
No, you didn't. Not on
Yes,
public.
okay,
public.
fine, okay. That's it. I'm not going to say any more.
Why?
You keep interrupting me.
I'm not interrupting you. I'm just saying you didn't apologize. You apologized to Flyby, Cobra, Nuggy, and Wild. And I was like, I don't get one. And you were like, I'm sorry, Mid. That's how you said it. And then you sent me a message and you're like, I can't apologize to you in public. That the stoners would know. I have it right here.
You're really upset, aren't you?
I am, because you're over here bitching. Dude, you're right when I fucking lurk sometimes, because you're over here, oh my God, crying about fucking politics all the fucking time. And then you're over here telling me about homeschooling when I can't do anything because I'm bitching.
I think you should homeschool because I'm so fucking tired of you talking about that awful school system. And I know that you bring him there every single day.
Well, I have to. There's nothing I can do right now.
Why?
Because I can't.
Why? Hang on. No. Hang on. Stop. Nancy, why in the... No. Stop. Why in the fuck does that matter to you?
Yeah, why
Nancy,
does my
stop.
life matter?
Why does that matter to you? Why does somebody else's life matter to you? What she's doing?
For the same reason that...
No, because she wants to see my name on YouTube. And be like, there she is again. There she is again. I got to say something.
You take pop shots at her every time you have the chance.
And then when I leave and come back, oh, I'm on the snarky side of the bed. Is it only when Midnight comes in that you're on the snarky side of the bed, Nats?
Why do you pay so fucking much attention to what I say?
Why do you pay so much attention to me?
I don't.
You do.
Yes, you do.
I ignore the fuck out of you all the time. I have to.
Why?
Because you're a pain in my ass.
Yeah, why though? Why am I a pain in your ass?
I have no idea why you are.
Exactly.
Because she's here.
Thank you.
Because you keep.
I'm a pain. You instead of you. You know, if I was the one, that's being the bully,
now.
You would have been like, "You're a pain in my ass because all you do is bitch at me." Why didn't you say that? If I bitch so much.
You keep interrupting me. Okay, it's your conversation. I'm out of here. This is why I can't do anything with this woman. She's nuts.
And this is why you're a lib.
Nancy. Nancy, you
running away again, and then she's gonna go bitch at me tomorrow.
Well, I see we have two very different opinions here.
Oh yeah, and by the way, Nancy, this side of me is called the Mexican side. So go ahead and say what you want. Never dealt with a real fucking Mexican.
Everything is content. Everything is content. Everything is content.
That's why I don't block her either, because damn, dude, it is fucking good content.
I don't understand why she just can't leave the pop shots out. Why do you have to take a shot at her?
I don't know why I'm such a pain in her ass if I'm not the one bullying her. She sees my name, it automatically annoys her. Like, what the fuck? Why?
Oh, I get what you mean by pop shots now. So Midnight's been taking, Nancy's been taking shots.
Yeah, every chance she gets.
If Midnight complains about the school system, it's just her venting about what's going on with the school system.
I just see them both taking shots.
Well, do that. Why are you doing this?
I'm just saying, you know what I mean? Like, to do something about bitching about my school system. Maybe she should do something about, the government, like vote, like fucking vote, or do something. But you didn't, so stop crying.
Well, you're just venting. People just vent sometimes. They get frustrated with something, they vent a little bit. That doesn't mean they need to rearrange their whole life because of whatever they're venting about.
Well, I mean, let's be fair. The fucking school systems are shit. She has every right to it.
Yeah, they are fucking shit.
Well, my point was to come up here and kind of just talk to you and say that, I really hope that the two of you can eventually work. I understand why, if you can't. I know that's wishful thinking, and some people just are not meant to, be around each other and they just have different opinions and different views. But I think both of you guys are cool people, and I really hope that it works out for the both of you.
I mean, I hope that she feels better one day, PD. Like, I really do. Like, I'm not one to be on here and attack her for no reason. Obviously, she always has an excuse as to why she's snarky. Yesterday, it was, she got on the snark side of the bed. The day before that, it was sativa. Remember at your show? Oh, I'm snarky. I had sativa. Like, it's always an excuse.
Well,
fuck with me, Nancy. I mean, that's your latest excuse to fuck with me. That's fine.
The problem is I feel like Nancy loses sleep over this, and
She
Midnight
does.
don't.
I really think girls don't like girls, and for some reason,
That's not
there's always
true.
that.
Yeah,
Like, I try to get along with everybody, dude. And like I said, I won't, like Nuggy said, I won't show any more private messages. But I've told Nancy we need to stick together. And then weird moments in her life that she feels like she needs to attack someone, it's me. And so she comes in there and she starts sending me voice messages that are really dumb, usually trying to be about Hamilton, but then they're disguised as trying to fucking poke at me again. Oh, you don't sleep like a baby, Nancy. You're always up till like 4 a.m. And then I see you at Channel 2 at 7.
I don't ever see you sleep.
Well, I told you to stop, Nancy. I fucking told you to stop, and you don't. You really don't. And PD wants things to stop, but she doesn't realize that, you're the fucking perpetrator.
well, I do. I listen. I think that Nancy can't help herself sometimes.
But you're an enabler too, PD, because you enable her behavior.
Well, I can't disagree with that. I do have that enabling side to me. I'm not going to disagree with you when I say that.
But see, I'm not going to be like, PD, you ignorant disabler, or, enabler. You're going to go over there and talk shit. Like, I don't feel like that. But if y'all are going to come and attack me and gang up.
I'm not trying to attack you, though. I promise.
No, you're not. I know. But I'm just saying, I think that's what she's trying to do.
This kind of thing always happens when we move away from the plant. You see, that's what we need to keep it about.
I've been
the fucking plant, man.
I don't like to be mean. I don't like to be a bitch because it brings out a side of me that I don't like to remember.
I feel you.
What happens when KC loses the Super Bowl.
But hey, I'm going to get off here, but I do wish the best to you. And I really do hope that the two of you maybe one day can figure this out and however it may be, I
think I'm just going to ignore her because that's probably the best choice. She wants attention. I'm just going to ignore it.
Well, y'all take care.
If I'm going to get disrespected, which obviously she's going to because she can't let the daughter thing go. About the daughter thing.
Okay, what happened? What happened with that, though?
I just want to defend myself about that because she's saying I called her daughter a les, which I did not. She was crying or complaining that her and her daughter got in a fight about her best friend's pronouns. So I was like, why y'all were fighting a serious fight about her best friend's pronouns? Maybe she's more than a friend. That's all I said. The assumption came somewhere else. If you're arguing about pronouns, you can't really say she's a lesbian now, can you?
Wouldn't probably. I don't know. Given your history with each other, I would have read into that, and I would have probably thought you were trying to attack me.
I'm the female version of Trump for her. So anything I do, she's gonna attack me. So it doesn't matter if she can ask all the questions she wants about my homeschooling my kid, but I mentioned one question, and I'm the fucking perpetrator.
I'm sorry though, if somebody's fighting over pronouns, something's already fucked.
That's what I'm saying. So maybe she was asking for help or something. That was all I asked. That was the only question. I never mentioned the word les. I never said gay. I never said nothing. I talked about pronouns and I asked a question. Assuming again. And Cobra was there because Cobra pointed at the question. So Cobra wants to corroborate that.
Can I possibly talk again without getting interrupted?
I'm going to head off here. Y'all take care, and I hope that you guys can work it out.
PD?
Yeah? Yes.
I want to apologize to you.
Why?
Because she says, fuck you, Midnight. Fuck you. You would love to have a friend as good as PD. And you fucking using her against me.
How, Nancy? How?
You just did.
How? What did I say?
You did.
Nancy, you're like a little kid.
I have to go back. I have to go back and look and see. But you were using PD against me, and I'm thinking, shit, man. You know what you do? You've got a lot of street in you, and I don't. I don't.
Nancy, I don't think she was trying to use me against you. I really don't, Nancy. I don't.
Well, I don't have these real good comebacks like all you guys do. I am really backward as far as the way I was raised.
What does comebacks have to do with me using PD against you?
Because you are so fast with your criticisms and your insults for everyone, especially me.
For
I don't
everyone?
have any fucking comebacks.
For,
You know,
okay,
so I
so-
end up, hey,
hold on.
quit it! Do you not know how to have a conversation? This is what I mean, man. You have no civility. You don't know how to fucking conversate. All you do is fucking sling insults. And that's what I mean. You go, oh, women growers need to stick together. My God, Midnight. All you want to do is kiss up to the men. It's true. You want all this attention from these men. And what is it with the old men? What is it with all these older men that are 2 times older than you are? And you're sitting around with them talking about shaving your fucking monkey. That's disgusting. It's embarrassing.
Hey, Nancy.
It's
you know-
embarrassing.
I'm not
Oh,
quite their age.
You know you're around the
Joe.
same old men, right? Fighting about being
I'm
around the
telling you
same old
how
men.
I feel, and you cannot let me have my word.
I'm
I'm
just
going to
did.
quit. You have
Nancy,
no
a conversation
self-control.
is A and B. You talk,
I
they
was
talk.
talking.
You don't get
I
the
was
you don't get the thing the whole time.
I was
No,
just
Nuggie,
talking.
I have low IQ.
because-
I don't know how to debate.
Hey, I didn't know what else to say. You want me to tell you you're dense? I mean, what else should I say besides you're not with it? You know, I come on last night to explain myself as far as what I think needs to be done in this country with the transsexual medical fucking procedures. They need to be outlawed in this country. But that's a little bit too conservative for you guys because
Back
you say,
to
oh, there you go again.
I'm just
That's
trying
a
to get you back on course
Oh,
because
shut
you're over
the
here.
fuck up. You want me
I'm
to
using
fucking
PD
explain
against you.
myself?
Can we get back to that?
Okay, fine. Here we go. You are so
Nancy, you've been talking the whole time. Let her say something.
Okay, go ahead. What are you going to say?
Get back to how I'm using PD against you. Can we get
I
back to
have
that?
to go back. I have to go back.
Okay, okay. So let me just say that if you don't know
That's because
what
you
the
kept
fuck I said,
talking.
That's
if
what
you don't know
were
what I
doing,
said and
though.
exactly can't provide evidence, then maybe
No,
you're
the
silly.
evidence is earlier, a few minutes earlier, but I can't go back right now. I'll
Yeah, I
fuck
can. Where
everything
was it?
up.
I can. What did I
I
say?
don't know, maybe 5 minutes earlier, you were talking to PD. PD was getting ready to leave. And then you
Me and
started.
PD were talking about special needs
Midnight.
and the school system. We weren't talking about you.
You like to muddy the fucking water. You are really good
Nancy.
at this shit. She's really good, Nuggie, at this shit. You
No,
gotta
no,
admit.
you're the one that's manipulating this right now.
How?
Because you're telling her what she's doing when you are the one doing it.
What am I
It's called
doing?
projection, Nancy. It's called projection.
The pokes. Every time you two start arguing, is because you poked her. You said
How
something.
did I
that
fucking poke her?
Nancy, it's the subtle pokes.
Oh, wait,
It's
no,
not what you're saying. It's how you're. I don't want to say it's how you're saying it. It's the little shit that you fucking come in and whatever it was just a little bit ago. I don't even remember what it was. It was a fucking poke. That's what set her off.
Tell me what it was.
I don't remember what it was. It's all the way up in chat.
Okay, then you have no grounds.
Look,
I do because I seen it.
Well, you
You're
don't.
in
You
chat.
cannot cough it up. Cough it up right now.
It's in chat, dude. I don't know how far back it is.
Oh, I
Holy
can't.
fuck,
I
Nancy.
can't do it. But we were talking about shit, and we were like, no one's talking about raising kids. And because you got mad that I talked about nobody raising kids because we weren't talking about kids, you said eat shit with a pig snout. So then you got it. You got insulted with the old lady icon, and then you got mad. You are bi. You're the one insulting, Nancy. When you can't take what people are telling you as the truth, you start insulting.
The pig and the old lady
That is the
icon.
description of what liberals have been doing.
I'll tell you what it is. It's the fact that you keep on telling me I'm a liberal and I'm not. You keep on putting words in my mouth.
Okay, but I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one. So why do you attack me that way? Wild does it. Nuggie does it. Flyby does it. A lot of people do it. So why am I the only one that gets the poke? Because you said earlier, I'm a pain in your ass. Can we go back to that? Why am I a pain in your ass, Nancy? Because I'm here?
Because you won't shut up. For one.
Because you're shaming the monkey.
Oh my God.
You won't shut up. You won't let me talk.
But when I'm on panel and you're not on here, you do the same shit. So
Yes.
you have the StreamYard link
Say the
too,
same
Nancy. You
thing.
can get up here. You can get up here and be up here.
Midnight.
Wait,
You
can
somehow
get
got the
be up
key.
here and maybe get keys someday too. You don't have to fucking be jealous.
Oh, I never wanted to be on panels like this. I don't know even
Well,
know
then why are you mad that I am?
I'm not mad.
You just
I'm
said
not
earlier, why are you
mad.
You
on
are
these
mad,
panels with
Nancy,
men?
because in chat you'll be like, "Oh my God, Midnight, don't ever shut up."
Well, she
And I
does
haven't
I've
said
seen you.
anything
I've
in like
seen
10
you
minutes.
say it.
Look, all I have to do is shut my laptop and walk away.
But
I
you
don't
don't.
need
You
any
said
of
this
But
to me many times that I'm done with you.
Nancy, before
And
you
it's like,
type in
great,
that
2 days
poke,
later, you're back.
do that.
What?
Before you type in that poke at midnight, shut the fucking laptop.
What about her poking me because she
I
does it
don't
She
poke
fine?
doesn't
you. I
poke you
don't.
until you do it.
Yeah, I don't poke you. Yesterday when I left Channel 2's, I was leaving to go to fucking do some shit for my fucking work. And you're over
Yeah.
here. Yeah, I went to dry cleaning and you're like, get the pig shit out midnight.
Yeah,
That's
that was a joke. Can't you
no, it
take
wasn't.
a fucking
No, it
Yeah,
wasn't.
it was.
It's patronizing.
Why do you
It's
think it was
patronizing.
not a joke?
A joke
You
can be
took
a
it
poke,
that
Nancy.
way. You took it that way. I thought it was
So
funny.
you take
I
all
said,
my
yeah,
okay,
get
well
the
then I
pig
can say the
shit
same thing.
out.
I can say
All
the same
I
thing.
said-
My jokes you take as a poke and then you get triggered.
All I said was, you said, see, I got to go to the dry cleaners.
Yeah, and then you're
So
like,
I
go get
said,
the pig shit out midnight with the fucking snout. Like really, dude?
okay, Midnight, you will not let me talk. It's obvious you will not let me talk. You
But
have
you're
no
also- but
self-control.
that was an assumption that I was gonna go get pig shit out, right?
No,
That was an assumption?
you're making a fucking joke because you're always talking about
No,
the
it's an assumption.
pigs. No,
Because
I was
knew
making
it
a
was fucking fun. That's
joke.
how I get my money. That's how I make money,
God,
Nancy.
you have got a huge chip on your shoulder. You've got some problems. If you reading all this shit into me making a joke about getting the pig
This
shit
is
out of
wild.
your
It
Yeah,
is, dude. From a
You
psychology standpoint,
crazy.
it's fucking fascinating.
How many problems
Everything
you
is
got going
content.
on?
Everything is
Everything is
content.
content.
Oh,
Oh, damn, Wild. Damn.
God bless
don't.
America. Fuck.
Right. What did he just write? I didn't see it.
I don't, that Midnight doesn't DM all the old men, unlike Nancy.
What?
Wild said, I'm not sure, but I think Midnight isn't DMing all these men, old and young, Nancy, unlike yourself.
Oh, I think she is, Wild.
Oh,
And I don't DM you fucking
y'all want
more.
to see it right now?
All I liked you for,
I can show
Wild,
it.
was because I thought you had good taste in music. You're a fucking metalhead. And I like your music. So I was talking to you a little bit. I'm sorry. I won't fucking do that anymore. I won't
Nancy,
talk to any of you motherfuckers anymore. I hate y'all. I hate you
don't.
fucking
You're gonna be back
all.
in 2 days, and you're gonna be
Fuck
like,
you, Midnight. Fuck you.
guys,
I've had it. This is
hey
it.
guys, I had some sativa, snarky side of the bed. Oh, nobody else can be
Hey,
snarky.
Nancy. Hey, Nancy. Come
This
and
is
hit me up on my DMs.
I don't know how I used
Not
you, PD, but I'm
Seymour.
very sorry. I'm sorry if I used you, PD. Very sorry.
Listen, I just think that we're getting carried away here as far as that goes.
I think somebody is combining like therapy and mental health with YouTube, and it's not good.
I think I just wish I'm wishful thinking. I wish that somehow this could be better.
dude. All that has to stop is the little digs and
If she just
fucking
pretended like I didn't
coexist. It's
That would be
easy.
awesome.
Midnight.
That
Hey,
would be awesome.
I want to tell you something. If I ever said anything that offended you,
Oh, no.
I apologize, because this isn't how I want to conduct myself. I really wish that the two of you could work things out with each other. That's all I got to say. And neither of you should have to put up with either of you taking jabs at each other.
Well,
But I hope
fair
at some
enough.
point, that it can stop, just so everybody can enjoy themselves and it doesn't have to be
Oh,
miserable,
PD, I'm enjoying this.
I'm not miserable.
Nuggy, shut up. I'm a little miserable. It hurts my heart a little bit to see it. I'm not gonna lie. It does hurt.
though, PD. Like I really thought, when I came about, I would go to Nancy for stuff. Some shit happened. I would talk to her. I really thought, we were friends. And then she came and attacked me that night at fights, and I was still fucking the bigger person. I was the bigger person for months.
Yeah.
For months. And I don't, like I said, I have told her, I have messages I can send you that I've told her, don't poke me because I will poke you back. Leave
Yeah.
me alone. Leave
Yeah.
me alone. And she's like, okay, no more catapults for me. And then a week later, it goes right back to it. So there's something there. I don't know. Maybe you can help
Something's there
from working out some
for
things,
sure.
like talk to her with maybe what she's going on, because I have messages too where she's saying it's not me, that it's not personal, but I'm just here so she attacks me.
Oh
And
my.
I don't understand that. I have never understood that. I've never been somebody to be fucking jealous of women. Like, I have my own fucking thing. Like, I'm here with
Are you
I was learning to grow weed. Like, oh my God.
are you
I was
close
learning-
to her daughter's age? Are you close to her daughter's age by chance?
Yes, I am. Well, maybe I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Her
Yeah,
daughter's
you are. You're
20s.
close. Yeah. Late.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, I don't
Mid
know what's
20s,
going
late
on there,
20s.
but maybe something's happening there. I don't know.
No, they've got a good. I don't think it's that at all. They've got a good relationship. You know, I don't think it's that. I think we're reading too far into it at this point of the game. You know, trying to figure it out is just going to
Oh, I know.
probably,
I've
you
taken
know,
psychology. I know what she needs to do. I just won't say it.
well, I sure hope that y'all can, you know, somehow come to something. But I'm gonna get off here. But you guys take care. Thanks for letting me come up and talk.
Yeah. Well, thanks to me for not, like,
Everybody, hey,
ganging up on me.
everybody's welcome to give us some great content.
All right, you guys behave.
I'm all about joking, man, but I won't take disrespect. And I'm sorry,
Well,
but
like I said,
the
there
Mexican
should be
part
a
of me
poke
would
in a joke.
not let
You
that
know
go.
what I mean? Like,
Bye,
you
guys.
gotta.
Laters, PD. Have a good one. What time is it?
Uh,
Fuck. All right. I got 20 minutes for my son to come, so I'm going to smoke. Chill out. I'm just saying, if y'all ever see me poking her without her instigating
I
it,
would tell you.
tell me, please.
I would.
But I think I'm just going to ignore it because I feel like, she wants that out of me.
Sometimes I feel like she don't even realize she's doing it.
Well, because she's done it so long, and it's the internet.
Right.
People
It's
get
just
brave.
at that point now to like she don't even realize that she's doing it. Yeah, back to weed.
Yes, back to weed. Okay, so I'm midweek 3. I switched to Mag Sulfur already. Was that too early?
Stop showing your plans to us men. I was popping a shot myself.
Oh, I didn't hear what it was.
I said, stop showing those plants to us men.
I know. They're kind of dead now. Oh, fuck.
Week 3, I mean, you could have probably waited another week, but it'll be all right.
Well, this is around the time I get spots on my leaves.
Yeah. Well, then that's probably when you need to do it.
I thought it was a Pats fan video that started all this off. It wasn't that then.
Well,
It kind of brought
led
everything
from
up,
that.
but I'm kind of glad
Yeah,
this
it led
happened,
from
dude,
that.
because I'm done with it. Like you said, I don't lose sleep over her, but she obviously does.
There's no censorship. So
I'm
it's
not.
like,
I'm not going to be run off or by one person. And it's clearly like I don't have problems with anybody else. I get along with all the other females for some reason.
Well, there's only like 2 other ones, Caitlin and PD.
Well, Kate, Sammy, PD,
Sammy,
D,
yes, and
Nikki. Like I get along with all them.
yeah,
she gets off
D
more
and
than her.
Nikki are
Well, they're starting to come
not.
around. But
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, D's good. D's cool.
sorry I had to play that, Nance, but you won't stop. So that is the last I will say of it. I'm sorry that you feel the need to attack me all the time. I will try to be the bigger person again, but I have my limits.
Oh, Steve.
Can't believe it's like 5 degrees out and I got my heat off and it's warm in here.
It stays in there pretty good.
Well, no, it's the sun beating on the top of my cabin. It keeps it pretty warm.
Nice.
I'm like up on the almost like the highest, well, probably like the second highest point on the mountain here. And the sun just beats on this thing.
I saw your video earlier, Chop. Very good and informative, that.
I don't know what you're talking about. Don't put that on me.
Well, so here's the thing with where that video took us to. So when you've got your branches come off and you've done it early and you've got your 2 sets of 2, then what's the next step? You know, are you topping them straight away as soon as you get a toppable node? Are you letting it do a couple of nodes, then branching it, topping,
You gotta
put
go
lollipop in the
at
bottom?
least 3.
Are
Yeah,
you
you gotta
bending
let it
them
go.
over all the time? You know,
Yeah,
are
you
you
gotta
in
let
there
it
every
go.
day, twisting and bending?
Yeah, there's a lot to that. There's so many things. Like we gotta remember all your mains are gonna try to be the tallest. So you gotta bring your mains to the outside, and all your lowers that are shorter have to come to the inside.
And a good trick with your ones that you're bringing up the middle, strip, like once you get a nice branch and you got some nodes on it and it's not really reaching the top yet, strip all those nodes off all the way up to the top last node, because all that's going to get stripped off anyway if you're growing a decent sized plant anyway. So if you strip that all the way up to the last 1 or 2 nodes, that top will catch that fucking top of your canopy in no time.
Yeah, that's where time spent working on them, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I mean,
You don't get a big bushy plant by doing nothing, dude. I mean,
yeah,
outside, yes. Inside, no.
because the ultimate goal is to keep the canopy as flat as we can with the right amount of tops on the plant for the space under the light for the environment, and I mean, you got to dial that all in. That's the part that's hard to try to teach somebody.
Do you think you can do that? Do you think you can do that? Get your canopy full, all nice, flattish, without having to go in there bending them every day? Do you think you can get that by simply topping once every week or other week?
Yeah, you can do it without even topping all the time. If you start and training early and you get those things bent out, they're just going to start growing that way and back up. So then all the stuff along your branches in the middle will grow up while those outside grow up. So you don't have to go in there every day and bend it.
It's really important to get the shape
goes for a big,
plant
that goes
really
for a big
early.
plant, does it?
You have to get the shape early.
Yeah. Getting the shape early is very important. And a lot of reasons that's why I top before I even take my clones.
Yeah, usually they're on top of when they're in the cups, but it's super early. Like, some people would probably look at the plant and be like, God, I gotta wait. It's like, I know what it's gonna look like if I wait. I have to do it now. And when you do it early like that, you encourage those branches and nodes to grow out. Like some strains will just keep stretching out, and the nodes will grow out really, really slow. And you can encourage those to grow faster doing it earlier. So you do it, and say you get 4 branches, you do it at the 3rd node, you take the top. You got to remember, you're going to train those branches out, and they all have nodes that are going to grow branches off of them. So you're going to get your branches in the long run. You don't need to wait so long to top it to get all your branches like that. And then later on, strip the bottom and have long legs. You want to do that super early. You want to get in there early.
Romantic, what up, buddy?
Yeah, I've got one that no matter what I do, it stretches like anything. It's tough enough to get 3 tight nodes together. So you'll get that and you'll clone that, and as soon as that's got roots and it's starting to grow, it'll stretch 4 inches before it'll make a node. And if you do that, it'll stretch another. It's a bloody nightmare.
How much light you got?
Oh, enough. I've tried it from all angles with light, like power strength.
Dude, sometimes it's just in the strain, dude. It's just
Some
it's
strains
gonna
are
do that.
trash.
Yeah. And they always seem to be the ones that I like.
Well, you have to.
That's the
Those,
thievery.
you have to top them a lot. You have to like those ones.
This is the thing. This is the thing. You know, when you've done that with this. So say you've got, God, not even 15. Say you've got 8 or 12 tops even. By the time you've got that by the time you've got 8 good tops in there, it's ridiculously long. You know, you can't do out about it. I've tried 6 times
have
now.
you tried your feeding, like switching around your feeding schedule? Like days?
What do you mean? The ratio?
Yes.
Well, they've been fed on. So I've done them on pre-bagged amended cocoa that will last you 2 weeks. So I've up-potted into that and done that with just water. Then I've just done a 555 by Canna. Then I've done a 1234 by another company. So yeah, I guess I kind of have, and just won't have it, mate. And it's a shame because it's got to go now. I'm done with it. Done fighting with it. I give in.
Yep. Sometimes that's what you got to do.
Well, I can get the same. I can get the same strain. I've just got to go through a pack again. And now I know it's good because when I didn't keep every one. So there would have been a shorter version in there, I bet. I'll find it.
Shorter, what was he, 5'11"?
Stretchy plants.
Probably 5'1".
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forget. Sorry. Being tall, sometimes I forget people are shorter. My bad.
Yeah.
Rude. What's up, Rude?
You forget sometimes.
What's up, Midnight?
Hey, Christ. Stop. So to fill out, like most people would do in a 4x4, I imagine 4 plants or 2 side by side in a 4x2 or whatever. So that 2x2 space that you want a plant to fill off your main stem, how many branches are you coming off that main stem to fill your canopy? Is it just 4 and then you split them top them twice each or something?
Yeah. Oh, so what I would do is I would do the same. You know, it kind of depends on the plant too. You know, like
yeah, there is that to factor. Yes.
If it's growing a little longer, you know, I might strip the bottom 2 branches off and top it at the 4th. You know, and leave those 4 branches. But either way, yeah, you would bend those over, and then I would as soon as you bend those over, the side nodes and branches are going to grow up in the middle, and then as soon as those get, you know, a decent size, then I'll go to the main top of that, and I'll pinch the top off of those. So then now I encourage those center ones to grow even faster, right? So now they think they're the main tops. So they're like, oh, okay, boom, they're going to take off and fill in the center of the plant. And then while these over here now, the two top nodes are becoming the 2 new tops, and by the time those grow up, they're going to be the same height as now. The center is all going to be filled in and be the same height, and you would do that all the way around, and you just keep the shape. I just try to keep. I don't know. I try to go for the 12, 2, 6, and 9. You know, as my mains, and then all the other ones will just kind of fall into place where you need them to fall, and you keep your center filled in. And once you get the 3 to 5 nodes, You flip them all into flower.
Well, have you got a better way of doing this then? So if you was going to do a 10-pack, I'm not even going to say the words, but if you was going to do a 10-pack, and you wanted to flour them out, see what's what, keep clone and all that, are you going to
No.
are you going to let that grow to 7 whatever nodes, 8 nodes even, 9 nodes or whatever? Take that top, clone the top and flower that seeded plant, or are you going to?
It's going to depend on the plant. Because again, like if your seedling's growing and it's growing up and it's growing up and it's getting taller. Can you hear me?
Yeah, better now.
Okay,
Alright,
it's getting taller. It's getting taller.
Lady Joe.
Let me see.
Cheers, midnight.
My fucking shit died.
You sound way better though.
But we can't
Okay.
can't really do in individual processing it, chop. It's like all in one go.
So your seedling, when your seedling's growing up, it's just going to depend. If it's stacking nodes real early, you're going to be able to pinch it real early and get shit to happen. But to get the clone, because I want to get that main apical clone, right? So that way I can build a small little bushy plant, so I can throw it into flower, and I can figure out which strain I want or which pheno I want to keep, right?
So that's what I'm saying. You're going to flower a clone.
Yeah, I like to,
and keep the seed as a mother.
Yes, and then I'm just going to build it up as a mom, because what I found trying to grow a seedling up tall enough to take a nice apical clone is what happens sometimes is it just keeps stretching and you don't get the side nodes to start branching out really when you want them to. So pinching that top a lot of times encourages those side branches to just shoot right out. So if you wait too long, you're going to get long internodal spacing, and then by the time you take the apical top, you're going to have longer internodal spacing, and then the branches will start coming up, and it's going to kind of look like a stringy plant.
Yeah, so you can put all that train. You can put the training in, and you can take the clone before. So you've put all your training into all them 10. You've topped them, done all that business. So why is it not better now? You've got your canopies all nice and that and whatnot. Why is it better to take at that point take a clone of that plant and then have that rooted and flower that while all the others are still going massive that now you've not got space for? Why wouldn't you flip that 10 that you've got your nice level and take a clone off everything before you flip?
Are you saying flip the seedling? Or why am I waiting to take clones off it until later? I like to build the plant, right? I like to build the shape of the plant, get the plant built, then let it stretch up and grow, and take clones off of that, because now the plant I know is mature.
Yeah, but then are you going to flip that clone, or are you going to flip the plant you took the clone from?
I would flip the clone. I'm going to flip multiple clones, right? Because I shaped the plant. I got it to be the bushy plant. I let it grow up. All the branches grow up together. I go in. I'm going to take, probably 10 clones. I'm going to root those, and then I'll flower all those. See if I like it. If I don't like it, I'll toss the plant.
That's how I do it as well.
Whenever you take the clone off of a seedling, that clone is going to be more mature, first of all. Whenever you go to, put the clones into whatever you're doing, that clone is going to grow the structure of the plant quicker than a seedling is going to.
Absolutely.
If that makes sense. So that's why.
While you're waiting for these clones that you've took, while you're waiting for them to flower out, yeah, you know, all the plants that you've took everything off, what you're going to do with them for 2 months, because they're going to be massive and outgrow the space you've got them in. This is all hypothetically, obviously. And I'm not critiquing your judgment. I'm trying to work out something for myself.
You get another tent.
Yeah, you can't really go about. You can't go around doing
I mean,
that.
and if you can't do that, honestly, there's times that you got to go in and prune the plant. Doesn't mean you get to keep a bunch of clones. Go in there, take a bunch of clones, and you throw them away.
Well, not only that, but you're also...
See, I can't keep a plant for any more than about 3 months, or
yeah. I don't keep. 4-month mom is old. You know, it's getting rebuilt by then. You know, if it gets to a point where it's super, like 4 months old, you can toss it. Take a few more. So when you take all the clones, right, you root them, you put them into the flower tent, you let this mom grow up a little bit more, take another round of clones off it, throw the mom away.
Here's one other distinction that
build you a new mom.
Is that I actually wanted to add to this real quick. I do the exact same thing that Chop's talking about, but the only difference is the distinction is the mom ends up going under 100-watt light to just maintain growth. It's not actually aggressively pushing growth like I was earlier before I took the clones. And now I'm just maintaining.
That's the luxury of being able to have multiple spaces, I guess, isn't it? Like, if you've got a veg and that's it, there is no light.
How about this? Tell us what you're trying to figure out, and we might be able to steer you in the right direction. Like, because I know when you have limited space, you got to veg plants that are getting ready to go into flower. You got to take your clones before flower.
No.
Yeah. So like, so 2 spaces. One would be a veg. One would be a flower. So if you fill in 1 space in veg to with 8 plants, by the time you've trained that, done what work you need to do on them, your tent's full. So I mean, to me, it would make sense that you just flip them and take clones before you flip, and then your tent that you didn't have lit up is now your veg, and your old veg is now your flower, or you just swap them over, whatever.
You can do that. You can do that.
So that's why this is what I was trying to understand is, so the other conversations that I've heard before went the way that one just did. So you'd want to take clones, keep them flowers back, flower the clones. I'm trying to get why that makes sense when it doesn't make sense.
In the beginning, you got to remember again, if we got a 10-pack of seeds, we're trying to pick the best pheno out of that, right? So I don't need a big plant or nothing to flower.
So you're not filling out that 4x8 or whatever.
Is it 2x4? Yeah, you would, because you got your 10-pack, and then you're gonna take, if you take 1 clone, the top clone, if you can get 1 good one, that's all you really need is 1 good rooted clone of each. Right. You're gonna transplant those and throw
straight away.
And then flower those straight away. And
then while that's flowering, I guess you could spend the next 2 months filling your space up with the seed.
Yeah, see, I'm one that don't like to flower seeds unless I'm outdoors.
Yeah, I'm not a big flower seed guy.
Why?
I like to get my first generation of clones off my mom's, and doing 2 rounds of that usually kills her. She's usually ready to be done.
I get that the structure is different off the clone, but in the flower's exactly the same. No?
Flower's exactly the same, yes.
Yeah, it's gonna. The
structure of the flower, if you flower a seed quickly, isn't going to be the same as if you take that clone and grow that clone up a little bit and it's going to be a little bit different. Like
Yeah,
structure-wise.
you can't really learn
And,
anything about the structure of the
and,
plant from a seed
and the
because
height,
when you clone it, it's totally
Unless you
different.
grow it up. You know
and
what
the
I mean?
height
Unless you,
wise, after you take 2 rounds of clones off a plant and then you wait before you put it into flower, you're going to have some long legs. And, realistically, you over-vegged because you were never vegging it to flower. You were vegging it to take clones off.
he don't have 3 lights, Morax. He's only got 2.
Well, even if you had like a little space, you could put a little shelf. You could do clones. You know, and you could
Yeah, well,
do clones in
I
a
could
little.
do clones no bother anyway. Just in the corner of the veg with a bit of just a bit of shade cast over them. Fine, you know. That's not the.
Well, to be real, a 3 light rotation is really a 4 light rotation if you think about it. Because
Yeah,
you got 2 flowers in a veg. Where's
yeah.
your seeding and clone stage? So it's really a 4 light rotation. But yeah, I
I
did
mean,
Well,
what is a 3
rotation
light rotation?
well, that's the problem good growers have. We run out of fucking space. Anyway,
Yeah, you got 1 veg, 2 flowers, and it's
yeah.
all
Yeah,
spaced out
well,
by 4 weeks.
it all depends on what them 2 flowers add up to, innit? Like having 2
Well,
4
you
by
gotta
4,
you gotta have
2 4 by
you gotta
4 is
have
no
the
different to a
veg feed.
4x8.
Well, that's
So
where
if you
like
got 2
Yeah.
4 by
And
4s,
you've got to have your veg tent has got to be the same size as the flower tent it's providing because you need to fill a tent before flipping. Like
right.
that's
So
what I found.
if
I'm
you're
not
doing a 3
leaving
light
it half full.
if you're doing a 3 light rotation, you got so let's just hypothetically here, you got two 4 by 4s for flower, and so you're going to need a 4 by 8 for veg.
Yeah. So I don't think that was made very clear through the Grow Boss thing. It was like with the Grow Boss thing, you just need 3/10 of the same size and you half fill your flower tent.
Yeah, no, you can't. It's yeah.
yeah, like I use a 4x4 for the moms. I have a little space that I have a shelf that I have lights on that I do the clones, and then I have the 2 2x4s that I flower in.
Right. So the hardest thing I found with a rotation is finding the strains that can fit that rotation.
Yes,
That is the hugest thing, and that was my problem because I would have strains that were 9 weeks, 10 weeks. You can't have that. It has to be 8 weeks or under. Has to be.
yeah,
Can't be.
Yeah,
There's no other way around.
yeah. You've got to find them 8 weekers.
So that's where those 10 seedlings, you grow them up, you take your first round of clones, you put it in, let's just say a 2x4, and then you let the other ones grow up. You let the moms grow back up. You take your second round of clones. You're going to keep at least 2 back for your new moms. You're going to take those other ones, put them in the other 2x4, flower that one. They're going to take the mom now, and you're going to shit can her. You send her over to a buddy's house, and you say, look, just up pot it and flower it, and give me 30% of the yield. Most people, if they can just get a plant and flower it, they're happy. So do that, or just throw the fucking plant away. Build your new moms up, and then you start the rotation all over again.
How I would have done it is done the seeds, grown them for about 8 weeks. Take the apical clone, flower them seeded things, and by the time that flower tent's done, them clones that I took before flip, in the 8 weeks, so that's doing, I've rooted them and I've vegged them for 6 weeks, 5 weeks, and they're now at the tent full. So flip them, take clones off them before I do, and so on.
Yeah, that works. That works. As long as you always end up with enough plants and clones to fill the next space, then yeah.
Yeah, well, you always take twice of what you need, double what you need, innit?
Right. You always got to take more because you can throw some away.
And if you like them turbo cloner things, they're a bit tricky to fine tune. But I'll tell you, as in speed wise, some have rooted a week faster than others, and some strains have took longer. But there's never been one that's not rooted. Every single one's rooted.
Yeah, there's times that you get some that are just they just root quicker than others, but.
And that's why you take more clones than you need, and especially when there's cloners like that. You can look at the root systems and see which ones are falling behind.
Yeah, look, if
you don't plant those.
If you've got like a 24 site cloner, you make sure when you're running that thing, it's full.
Yep.
Because it doesn't mean you have to keep them all. You don't have to keep them all.
Even if they're the same strain, there will be within them 24. Half of them will have a much healthier root system. They'll have thrown more roots out the main stem and that in it, and they obviously are going to work out to be the best plants out the group.
I usually only have maybe one or two that aren't as good as others, but usually they're all pretty good. I mean,
pretty close.
Well, I'm still in the process of learning. I mean, it is as simple as cut the stem and put it in, but you can do better practices.
And that's like what we've recently been talking about. Like, it's hard to translate some things over a video or over a live stream, or like some things I just can't teach it. I just can't. I can say what I do, but you've got to kind of tweak it to work for you. Like, I could tell you tricks with the turbo cloner and it not work for you. And you can do a few things that don't work for me that work the best for you. And, some of those things you kind of got to tweak yourself. It's like watering. I can preach watering, but it's really hard to teach watering over the internet. Right?
Yep.
If I showed you in person, you'd be like, oh my God. Okay, I got it. Because I could tell you, pick up the pot. Is it heavy? Well, it might not be heavy to you. You might be able to fucking bench press a fucking small Subaru. I don't know. So to you, it might not be heavy.
You can tell by a nudge, can't you? Really? Well, when you know it, you don't even need to lift it.
Look at your wrists, right? Like if you go grab the edge of the pot and you pick it up, and your wrist and it strains up and everything, it's probably heavy, but you probably don't need the water. But if you can pick it up and you almost pick it up with just your thumb, you probably went a little too far.
You'll eventually get to the point where you can just walk up and kick the fucking thing and you're like, water.
Yeah, you give it a nudge. But that's all soil. That's a more soil-based thing, isn't it?
It's all experience, man. It all comes with experience, and you can't teach experience.
Yeah, some of that stuff you just can't teach.
But I think it would be kind of easy, innit? If you could say someone, right, go up to your bucket, shove your finger underneath the bottom of the bucket, and can you lift it? Can you lift it at all? Like, that's fairly easy, isn't it?
If it was that easy, everybody would be able to grow. It's just the fact of the matter.
They're ignorant. They're ignorant and won't listen.
Some people just don't have a green thumb, though. You hear that, they're like, I can't even fucking grow a tomato. And no matter what they do, they kill everything. And I mean, it's in their brain that they just can't comprehend the learning of doing it the right way. So they're just never going to do it because they can't listen. Like you said, they're just going to do it their own way anyway.
Well, then you would just get an automated system that would pretty much take care of the watering, be it not very well. They've got a timer for their light. What they need, the AC Infinity fan and controller. Well, there you are. What more? It's going to do it itself. It's on a reservoir. How do they fuck that up?
They forget to fill up the reservoir.
Well, yeah, that, or they don't realize that the plant's getting bigger is going to need more water, and now they've been using the same amount of water that they started with.
Yeah,
pumping
well, that's
into it.
where you get. I'm not saying the product name, but if you get the right system, it's just got readily available water, and it's retard proof.
Yeah, but a system that has readily available water, that means it's basically sitting in water.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
water
I'm not
basin.
saying I'm
I
not
know
saying I'm
I
not
know what
saying
he's talking
the
about.
most efficient or the best way to give the maximum potential to your plant of watering, but it'll get you 70-80% of the way there without touching it.
I think people ought to go over and get one of them. Get some of those mop head Fred buckets.
What is that?
You didn't see that? Mop head Fred?
No.
He made the wicking buckets.
Oh, Jesus.
See, about a year or two ago, I was on a couple of years ago, I was still on a plant killing vibe, and trying to make my own wicking thing. And I searched. I even went to like fabric shops and tried to search something to do wicking. I couldn't find anything. Tried a couple of things, didn't work, and I never even thought of a mop thing. Because that.
I ain't gonna lie, that little fucking thing he did, like if you're going on vacation and you're in soil,
that would work.
that's
Absolutely
fucking brilliant, dude.
Yeah,
It'll get you through a week or two.
Right. Yeah.
That's what gets
and what makes
me started with an automated watering system. Is going away on holiday. You need to open your for 2 weeks.
What makes it smart is it's wicking from the outside in instead of having like straight butt chugging. It's all the way at the top. Yep.
Yeah, well, that suits soil, doesn't it? As well as cocoa, with a butt chugger at the bottom, the plant, from what I've noticed, is the plant is smart enough to know that that's where the level of the water comes to every time. So I'm only putting certain roots in that zone, and then they'll fill out the middle of the pot with a majority of the roots, and then they'll leave the top of the pot for the breathing, for the air roots. So there'll be like 3 different zones in a butt chug if you're using, the right media. This is what I found, and I've only done it maybe 5 times, and that's what I found. You can completely fill that pot with roots, and then when it goes into the system, the bottom bit where the water level will come to, it'll like kill them off, and then you could say, yeah, well, that's root rot. Well, it's not, because I've done it the other way as well. I've filled out the middle of the pot. I've filled out different areas of the pot, and by the time you finish, the plant has figured out where it needs to put its roots.
There's something about the way you say butt chug that makes me moist.
And if you think about it, in nature, that's what the plant would do normally. It would be growing in the earth, and it would be sending roots down to the normal water supply, which is where the water table is, and it would fill out, different areas of the ground with roots. And that's all a butt chug thing done properly is doing. It's like providing a wet layer, an intermediate layer, and a dry layer, and the plant will figure out where it needs to put its roots.
That's a smart plant.
Well, it's been doing it its whole life, hasn't it? It's been doing it its whole life, and there's a reason that they call them tap roots, innit? They call them tap roots because that's the one that's going for the water, and it don't need to have a load of feet in water.
What about a clone that doesn't have a tap root?
Well, they'll still, they're like a fractal thing, aren't they? Like the plant. Each one of them roots that will shoot off will have side branches, and it'll have its apical root thing. And that's still a tap root. This is how I am understanding it.
Technically, a clone doesn't have a tap root.
Correct.
The roots are still going to do the same thing.
They'll still act like a root.
Right.
Well, it still is a root. The only difference between that and a tap root is the tap root has specific attributes to be able to push into breaking up the soil if it's got like a harder consistency to get as far down as possible. Whereas regular roots just continue to worm their way and kind of push and sprout. The taproot is meant to break up hard soil to get to the lower layers.
Yep.
That's why the taproots are always thicker. They push a lot harder. It's like a sledgehammer.
Crazy buds. Holy shit, I ain't seen you in a grip, dude. What up?
Crazy bud.
Bud.
What?
Yeah, so we've got. I tried ordering some from Ripper Seeds. That was a no-go. So I've gone for Super Lemonades Cross RS11. Then Mother's Milk.
Problems finding seeds?
Huh?
Were you having problems getting seeds?
Getting above the average.
Well, I've been waiting for this situation right here. New York John paid for some seeds from me, helped me out for some shit, and fucking told me to pass them off to somebody. And if you're having problems, dude, I'll put you a pack together and fucking get them over to you.
Oh, I don't want you to go to any expenses for me. I appreciate that though, and I probably regret saying that.
The offer stands. If you need it, you tell me.
But yeah, getting legit.
Take it, Unc. We're swimming in seeds. Take it.
It ain't cheap, you know. To get what I wanted, it was like $350, so $450 to get what I wanted. You know what I mean? That's crazy though, that is, isn't it? I'm not paying like 120 quid for a pack of 10.
Yeah, that's crazy.
But that seems to be how it is here. If you want in-house, if you want exotic, you know.
That shit's like $100 a pack anyway.
Yeah.
You're buying big packs.
Yeah, well, $100 is 70 quid.
Oh,
so
yeah.
if I'm paying 120 quid, it's like, hang on, I'm paying nearly double. And there's something about my Scrooge type nature that knows it's probably, I should really be paying it, but I can't, my soul won't let me do it. It's like, I feel like I'm being exploited.
Have you not got any of the calf beans yet?
I don't trust YouTube genetics, mate. I see so many thick-looking plants that it's like I don't really want to feed off that plant. Thank you. That's how no offense. And I see people out there doing great things and helping people that struggle and need seeds, and great respect, all power to them. But that's not for me no more. After a horrifying experience I undertook last summer, let's say, or last winter. I'm not down with running a herd.
Yeah, what I would send you is not YouTube genetics. You know how I am about that too.
Oh no, yeah, we'll talk about that anyway. I don't even grow, bro, but we'll talk about that.
Right.
Yeah, but how cheeky is that though? Literally, nearly double the price, and also it's
There you go.
yeah, they ain't got none of the new shit. It's like
Hey,
the older stuff.
Put in full
Cav,
screen.
that's calves right there in a 15-liter
Yeah.
airpot.
Yeah, looks phenomenal. You know them. What was they called? Them wicked ones that I had. They looked amazing up until about week 3 of flower, and then so it's like I'm not risking that no more. But it's interesting too.
Well, you can
I'll be
see what
very
you're getting
interested
if
to
you
see
end up
the.
wanting to do that. These are Cavs beans. The one on the left is Cavs lemon space fuel, and the right is Bingus platinum.
Have you grown them out before?
No, this is my first run with them, but they're doing quite
they-
well.
yeah. I'll be interested to see how they work out. I think Flyby is doing some as well, isn't he?
Yeah. He's flowering his already.
Yeah, like there is some proof that I can fuck with and trust. If I go and look up any of these other YouTube breeders online, and I go and look at grows that have been done by them, they've been grown by plant killers. So I can't trust what they're saying. But at you guys, I can trust.
I got Hindu pucker, Calves Hindu pucker in flower.
Yeah, well, there's another review.
So far, so good.
How did the other one? You run another strain by him, didn't you, Carl?
Yeah, that one. I don't know. It like auto fired out. I don't know what it fired in under 24 hours.
Yep. And Lola's is actually half of lemon space fuel, and the other half is the what was the other half? I forget.
Bruce Banner.
Bruce
number
Banner.
3.
Yep. So anyway, they're good if you want it, but your call.
Yeah, I mean that's what that dude's doing is great.
Lost Chopper.
Yeah, what he's doing's good. Got no bad to say about that.
So when I first seen calves around, I had my skepticism. You know what I mean?
As you
Just
should.
another YouTube breeder.
As
Yeah,
you
exactly. As you should. So I watched him for about 3 months before, because he even offered, and I'm like, no, I'm good. You know what I mean? The first time he asked, and I kept watching and watching people grow it. I seen
Nice.
Maine 420s. Oh, he got that nice.
Yeah, I got the
seen Maine
book.
420s. Lola Psychosis, and dude, that thing had fucking branches coming right out of the fucking pot, dude. Like, I mean, right out of the pot.
420 mad grower, Maine.
Yes.
It's
So,
go ahead.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say it's Bingus's book. The Sovereignty of Cannabis.
I just found out about it on his live 2 days ago.
Yeah. When he was mentioning it, I was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna order it." It's only $19.
Yep.
Or you can I guess you can get the hard copy. It costs a little bit more.
What do you think? What pearl do you think you're going to gain from that shop?
I don't know. Probably
Or is
not.
it just to show support?
Just to show some support and just a little bit of reading material.
Yeah, I'd just give him $20, let him keep the book probably. Oh, it could be a
good read. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it.
I don't read.
But I don't read a book.
It's not a very long book, so the way it's done, I don't normally read either, but it's not the way it's done. It's not like you gotta pay that much attention or nothing. Like, it's good. It's easy. It's only 95 pages.
See, I could probably do that just because it's so short.
Yeah.
I do when I read shit, bro. I like literally, I'll read something. I couldn't tell you what the fuck I just read.
I'll forget it too.
Man, I'm exactly the same. And you know, sometimes I'll have to read that sentence again. because I'm
Yeah.
like,
Oh,
well,
yeah.
hang on, I just read that and I'm reading it and I'm taking it in. But by the time I get to the end of the sentence, I'm thinking about something else in my head.
Dude,
But
exactly.
I'm still reading the book.
Still reading the book, but your mind is thinking about something else, dude.
I do that.
That's why I got heavily into audio books, man, is because there was stuff I needed to read and I couldn't actually have a fucking attention span to do it.
Yeah, yes.
I haven't read a book. I haven't read like the last book I read was about 15 years ago. The last book in my hand that I sat and read.
Last
But
book I read.
I've listened
Last one
to thousands of books.
I'm the opposite. I end up soaking it all up.
Yeah, well, I've got a friend that you can literally give him a document and he'll read that through once so fast and he will quote you that fucker back. He's like he's a literal photographic memory. It's almost, well, it is freakish. He could sit there with a deck of cards, go through the cards and probably get nearly all the way back to you what was the order and that.
Mine's not quite that good, but at the same point, actually, what forced me to have to absorb a lot of boring. I'm not saying anyone's stuff is boring, but to be able to go, like get through a book and grasp the concepts is having to read 300 and 400 page technical manuals.
You just want them to get to the point.
I've got an entire bin full of technical books on computer networks and security and all that crap that I had to learn for all my certifications and my degree. So yeah, it was rough in the beginning. I'd like to read for enjoyment, but when it came to stuff that I wasn't terribly interested in at the time, it would just like I'd tune out and wouldn't even get through the book. But I forced myself to.
In it,
yeah, it's got to keep you interested.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, like,
so I had somewhere along the way, I had a little bit of a mindset shift and was able to then parlay.
I thought Chop was just about to. I thought Chop was just about to show us the Cavs ones he was on about.
Which ones?
You say you've got some Cav ones going now, ain't you?
Oh, they're in the dark.
Oh no, no.
Yeah, but I have
are they
two.
flowering?
I think I did a video of them.
Are they flowering?
Yeah, they're in flower.
What week?
I think they're just starting the third week.
All right. This is one of them. It's the anxiety. Then 2 weeks, like day 40. Well, day 10 to day like 21 or something. It's like ball check. Yeah. That's what I don't miss with seeds. Is you've got to really keep your eye on them suckers because when you've been running clones for so long, you've forgot about check. You haven't had to check for balls for ages.
Right.
Yeah.
And you've also got to make sure that when you put them 10 in, well, you really want fucking 12 in because probably 2 of them are gonna potentially freak out. Maybe none of them will. Maybe half of them will. That's the fun. And you've got to catch that, or otherwise you've shot it, haven't you?
Oof. Well, and that's the thing, right? I have 2 plants filling the 2x4 this time. So what happens if one of them harms?
Yeah, it's easy to check. Is if text ain't got many, but if one of them goes, you've lost half your thing. That was my wicked experience.
You lose 50. You lose 50% right off the top.
Yeah, I lost 3 of 8. 3 of 8.
Clones.
Yeah.
And there's another factor to get in. as well is with that conversation earlier about the process of the seed and taking the clones. Do you also want to find out what's what as fast as possible? So you can get any herms or any crappy, stretchy ones or ones that don't produce out the way faster.
Yeah.
Is there any point doing that and save it trying to shave off a month of some, can you shave any time off with that? Because what happens if you spend the 2 months vegging that space out, take your clones, flip that, and then half that tent turns out just to be mids. The half the strains turn out to be mids.
That's usually what happens.
Would you just want to say grow a seed for a month till you can literally take the top 2-3 nodes, leaving 4 on the plant, whatever on the plant, and then flip that as soon as possible?
The seedling?
Yeah, because that way you will be able to find out what's what within 3 months rather than 4 months.
Yeah, but is it going to, as long as it produces enough that I get a good enough sample, as long as the branches is already.
You only need, 2 ounce really off of.
Oh, you only need a quarter. You only really need a quarter ounce, but once you wait that long and the seedling stretches up, if you're not catching branches early, now when you take that main apical top to clone, and then you go to throw the rest of it into flower, if you don't have your side branches shot out, then you're just not going to get very much. I mean, you're not going to need a lot for a sample.
But then you've got not a lot of. It's still the potential of it is half could be mids. So do you want loads of mids or do you just want a little bit of mids for that first one? Why are you trying to find?
For me,
the one?
all I'm going to do with those seedlings, if I'm doing it that way, the only reason that I'm flowering those seedlings is to find out what's male and female, and if there's any herms in it.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I'm looking for.
Which you will find out. You'll find that out within
I'll
3
throw
weeks
those away.
at least.
Yeah, right.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
3 weeks.
so
You'll
then
find
are you
that
going?
out and throw them away? I'm throwing them away.
So then, are you going to continue flowering the rest of them, or just chuck everything?
Chuck them. Chuck them
the whole lot.
and then chuck the numbers that match your whatever you had wrong with the ones in there, and then
But
flower
they're all
those.
femmes. They're all femmes. They're all femmes. So there's going to be no males, and it's a 1 in 10 or 20 chance.
If they're all femmes, then I'm not. I'm just taking the clone and putting those into flower.
But you're right, Unc. It's a gamble whether you're pulling those clones and then let's say you flower out the seedling. If you don't like what the seedling's producing, you're not going to like what the clones are going to produce either. So at that point, you've got those as backup. You're basically just doing the inverse, but you're getting there faster because you're flowering out the mother.
Well, I'm not flowering out the mother.
Yeah, I wouldn't flower.
Well, it's not really, but it's not really a mother, is it? It's a seed. It's not really a mother.
Right.
Well,
it was. It gave a clone. It's a mother.
Yeah, as soon as you allowed it to grow tall enough to take an apical clone, it became a mom.
Well, not if that's only one apical clone that the plant's got, the one leading clone that you've left on purpose for to take it within training, take that apical clone. Yeah, that way. That's
still a mother, whether you relegate it to just maintenance and taking clones off of it thereafter, or whether you decide to flip it to flower. It's still a mother. But I get your point.
So they're within that process that we describe in here. That's an at least 4 month process. If you're going to do it, veg it for 2 months and then flower it for 2 months.
And then on top of that, you're going to want to actually cure it for another month to see if it's actually tasting the way you want it to. So you're actually 5 months in before you've made your decision at that point. If you're going based off of taste alone.
So if you pop your seeds, 3 to 4 weeks, you should be able to take that apical clone.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Okay, so a month right there. Then
yeah.
you take those clones, you can
Veg
veg
those
them
out.
for however many it takes to fill your tent, basically. Then you flour those.
Yeah.
So you
So,
got
but
3
hang
months
on
of
now. Hang on
flour and
now.
then
So,
plus
hang
your
on.
veg. So
Right.
that's 3 months. But
So,
in
so
that
we,
time, you should be able to do it in 3 months, no matter what.
yeah, 3 months to find out what. It's
To
not
find
3
out
months though.
what.
It's not 3 months though, because I'm
Well, it's going to
popping,
be a
I'm
little
popping
bit
the
more,
seed,
like 3
I'm
months
popping the
and 2 weeks.
seed, popping the seed for a month, and waiting to get my apical clone for a month. Yeah. Then I'm going to take that clone, and that's going to take, upwards of a month to root.
Well, like I said, plant
And
count is veg time. That's what I'm getting at here. That's all on you, what you're going with it. As I said, if you take enough clones,
you can
fill your
only
tent.
take if you've grown your seed for 1 month, which is enough to take one apical clone. You've only got one clone. You can't take multiple
You
clones.
got 10. You got 10
That's why
clones.
you got 10, because you did a 10-pack of seeds.
You did a 10-pack of seeds.
Yeah. I've got a clone of each one. Okay, so
Right.
I've grown my plant for a month, and I've got and then I'm taking a clone, and then I'm going to spend nearly a month rooting that and getting it established to the point where you're going to comfortably flower it. So now
You
with
got
2 months,
Hang on, Doug.
Why a
Hang on.
month?
Why a month? You got 10 clones in a, 2x4? Dude, you should only
Yeah.
need a week veg tops, and that's
Yeah,
just to fill
yeah.
the pot out with roots.
Well, you need to establish the roots, which is going to take
Yeah,
about a
you're going
week or
to take
two,
14
right?
days, and then you're going to probably 18-6 it for 7 to 10 days.
yeah. So now we're nearly at a month, aren't we?
Yeah, we're nearly a month. We're on that side of it.
So we're at two.
Before your
We're at
clones are
2.
ready to flip.
So now we're at 2 months, and I'm only flipping. I'm only flipping that them little clones. I'm only flipping them little clones, which'll some of them will be crap, not bothered about having.
I said 3 months, 2 weeks. You should be able to do it.
But you're
3
accounting for
months,
the
2
extra
weeks.
month that it took you to pop the seed.
Yeah.
The clone.
Yeah, this is not from an established clone or anything. This is
No, I'm
incorporating
saying. No,
Once
listen
you
to what I'm
take
saying.
once you take your clone, it starts over. You can't clone I mean, initially it'll take that first month for the seedling to grow. But
Right.
when you go to
Right,
take
that's
clones
fine.
again, those are all going to be there.
But now them the plants, when you've took the clone, when you've waited a month and you've took the clone,
You got
doesn't
2
it
weeks.
just make sense when you've took that clone just to flip the plants that you've took that clone from? Because that after a week, so that plant that you took the clone from, the side branches have come out, and you've got 4-8 decent tops on that plant.
I mean, if you can
then you don't have to wait for the clones to root,
if you can get the
and you're
middle,
finding out faster.
if you can get the middle to fill in where you took that top apical clone, because you're going to have a hole right there.
Yeah, well, but does that hole really even matter at this stage? Because
usually the hole.
What that seed is going to produce off the plant, I would say that you're going to get more off that plant than you're going to off the clone we've just took and only gave it a week's worth of veg after rooting.
Yeah, but you're also losing your mom too. Now you gotta take one of those clones and build it all back into a mom before you can take clones again.
But isn't so now we've got our 10 clones, and we're the other 10 of the other one's been flowered. So halfway through flowering, you can generally tell what's worth keeping and what's not worth keeping, judging on what you're looking for. And then the clone that you took of them, that'll have loads of clones on that, by then, and then blast that down again. Like, do you think that cloning and cloning off the same clone every every 8 weeks, resetting, not having mums, just cloning and then flipping. Do you think that's going to bother the plant at all? Are you going to end up
No,
with
I
a
did it for
shitty?
4 years now.
No,
4
no,
years
you
with
can
fucking Bubba
you
Kush.
can do that, and you do that like if you only have one flower space. But if you got 2 different flower spaces, you can't do that because you need that maw to in a week or 2 be ready to take more clones off to fill the other 10.
But
Well,
there's another
there's
question
this.
I wanted to ask you. What's better? If you've got a 4x8, okay, are you better to have 2 4x4s or just stick with a 4x8?
I'm gonna at this point and what I'm doing, I'm gonna stick to 2x4s all day long. I love being able to pack a 2x4 with one string and feed it all the same, keep it all the same height, and it's
Having
easier to reach.
multiple,
You can reach everything in the back. They got those party trays that fit in there nice. I mean,
having
now-
multiple smaller tents gives you more options. So, for example, in your case of what you're talking about, Unc, is with the original seedling. Typically, what I would do is when I'm pulling clones, I'm also going to let it veg for 1 more week after I've pulled the clones to let that gap fill back in before I flip. So
Yeah,
really,
so
you're
you
only
end-
your seedling is only, even if you decide to flower your seedling, you're really only 3 weeks ahead of your clones. Because your clones are going to take a month, but you need to give an additional week of vegging before you flip your seedling that you took
And that
the clones
time ain't
from.
going to matter with the seedlings because it's outside of or inside of the time of the clones that you took.
I understand that, but my point is in his case, he's talking about having one big 4x8 versus smaller stuff. So you're going to
Yeah, I
have
would cut it to 2
different
4x4s.
heights of different growth rates, and you want to keep your canopy level so that you're not trying to light for the smaller plants and all that stuff, right? So, and because they're going to be in different stages, you're going to have 2 separate tents if you're going that route.
Yeah. Now,
Do a Super Bob
see,
did.
that brings implications in of does more tents mean more environment controls?
Of course.
Yes.
yeah, and you get to control each tent for what the plant needs.
Each
So you're
tent's
going
an
to have this
independent
one
environment.
strain in this tent, and they like a little bit higher humidity. Then you give them a little bit of, and then this one over here, maybe it don't, and then you try to find the happy medium. If you got all the tents in a lung room in its own room, you see if you can create an environment in the lung room that'll keep you in a good range for all the tents.
For both of them. So something like 78 and 60, 50, 60, or something like that.
Yeah,
For
Well,
you
everything.
can find-
it
For
all
everything.
depends on what your outdoor temperatures are. So if it's warm outside, you're going to want to keep your lung room cool because your tents are going to get hot. So your
Yep.
lung room
Yeah,
needs
you've got to
stay.
keep it at 78 or whatever, aren't you? That's,
No. It's probably got to be
like
more like 70,
like
68.
70. Yeah.
yeah, well,
Just so your
whatever
lights are generating additional
temperature
heat in
your
the
lung room
tent.
needs to be to keep your tents at the right temperature. Because if
Exactly.
your tent, it's going to be a bit hotter in your tent, so then you're going to want to have the air coming in a bit cooler. So then, if you've got everything, you don't even really need a controller. Then, if you figure out where that point is, all you need to do is set your lung room to that, and then just have an exhaust gently on you, a gentle exhaust on your tent.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
If you can do it, if you can make that lung room what you need it to be to keep those tents at the right temperature without controllers, absolutely do it.
Which is going to be something like, say, you're probably going to want to keep your lung room at 70 or 75, because by the time it's been pulled through the tent.
Well, when you're in flower and you got your lights cranked up, you're probably going to want to be at more at 70 because you're going to be turning your lights up in flower.
Exactly.
And so,
yeah.
You leave your lung room at 20°C, right? And then you're going to end up by the fact that the heat generates from the LED drivers, etc., inside the tents. You're going to that's automatically going to run up to about 23, 24.
Well, I suggest getting those out of your tent anyway.
So, I mean,
So
some of
you
them
would
you
just
can't,
have a
depending on which ones you have, right? Unless you're gonna
Yeah.
be soldering and wiring up. Some aren't detachable. So
Yeah,
if
I
your
know.
lung room is at a 20C or 7 or like 19 or 20C, you're okay with the lung room being that lowered. Like you need about a 3 to 4 degrees C lower temperature in your lung room because
Yeah, depending on whether you've got your drivers in your tent or not.
right,
You know, there's a
exactly.
degree or two there to think. So so then you would just have to get some kind of AC system running in your lung room that's going to control,
Yes,
that's
that
going to
has a thermostat on it.
either going to warm it up or cool it down.
Spot on.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Will, does that kind of unit uh, does that dehumidify the air
Yes.
Yes.
in the process of
And
keeping it?
Air
Yes.
conditioners,
warm.
air
Air
conditioners
conditioning
always
is neat.
dehumidify.
Yes.
Dehumidify. So say if the fresh air that's coming in is always generally at a nice 60, and my my AC is going to pull that down to a 45 or something.
Well, it depends where it's at.
Yeah, I mean these are all broadly
Hypotheticals.
speaking terms.
Yeah.
Broadly speaking terms. Um, how much of an issue is that going to be? Are you going to have to then
Well,
start adding humidifiers? The people that run ACs generally run a humidifier.
It really
Well,
depends on your environment
depends.
that you have
Yeah.
outside, right? Because the thing of
Exactly.
it is your
What's
outside
coming
air
in?
is exchanging to your indoor
yep.
Yeah,
rooms,
yeah,
right? For
yeah.
your lung room.
So
And then
say if it was going to bring it down to 45 or something around that, even 40. I
I
mean,
wouldn't.
that's not going to be great for for your veg, is it?
I mean,
No,
it's
but
not.
that's why you would have a little humidifier in your veg.
It's not the optimal. No. It's you'd
Yeah.
have to.
You, you,
You'd
you
have to have.
It used to be easier than this, didn't it? Sure.
well, yeah. I mean, it's so the problem is when everybody got in these tents, that's when this controlling shit really kind of happened. You know what I mean? And then
Yeah. There's none
obviously,
of this in open areas
well, there is,
lofts,
there is
and that
absolutely.
either in. There's no fucker that's growing in their lofts and in their rooms that have got ACs and
They do.
dehumidifiers and all that because it's temperate climate.
Well,
But
I mean,
tents
if
is
they're in a
sweating.
basement, yeah, that's a different story. But if you're like, like when I did my shed, dude, it was out back, it was in the sun. Dude, if I wouldn't have controlled that, plants would have cooked in there, like literally cooked.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah.
it would have got up, over 100 degrees.
the thing of it
And
is you're primarily having to deal with temperature. That's the primary critical piece. And
and
the humidity is the secondary piece, right? So as long as your temperatures are spot on, even if your humidity goes down to like a 45, they're
You're
still
gonna be
going to
all right.
grow. They're just not going to be as optimal of a relative humidity. So,
right.
and by the function of having to have an air con running, you've got to account for the fact that it's going to pull humidity out of the air, just the functioning of the air con.
And that's what I was just about to say. When you start controlling head temp and humidity, you're fighting with each other.
You will fight
And
with each other. Yep.
yes,
That's
so
just
you got to
how
find
air
that
cons
happy
work, is
medium.
they pull humidity
Right.
out during while the
Exactly.
air's across the coil.
Exactly. And so that's why when you do run an AC, you do see people with humidifiers. I mean, you got to add it back if you want optimal numbers, you know.
And as far
And
as estimating how far it's going to go down, that's really a function of how often that air conditioner compressor is running through how many hours throughout the day.
well, it depends
Right.
on how high it is. If it's fucking 90%, it ain't going to lower it down to 45. You know what I mean?
If it's running all
What?
the time, which is the basis for that whole 60-60 drying thing, but that's a whole
Yeah.
different piece.
Yeah.
But
That's
anytime your air compressor is running, it's pulling air across that coil, which is
yep.
condensing the air humidity and condensing it to water droplets, which is pulling that humidity out of the air and putting it into the drip tray. So that's just how, air cons work. And so depending on how hard your aircon has to work, how many hours a day it's pulling, that's going to determine how much your humidity is going to drop.
But when you start thinking of different ways that you can go about setting something up, there's so many different ways you can have
There is.
the cooler air coming in and getting rid of that, and even that exhaust from your tent or your AC that's now high in humidity can be used to warm your fucking veg up, and it just gets to the point where it just gets ridiculous, though, isn't it? Am I really gonna bother getting that invested?
Well, as it currently
Well, I
sits
mean,
with everything, they're all disparate systems. That's the downfall, is that none of them are cohesive working together, right? And so you're having to design a system around creating the ideal environment within a range using disparate parts.
so Dunk, it's really not that expensive to control something. An Inkbird, dude, $35. You can get a pack for fucking 70. Like,
I mean, in my particular thing, I've got a humidifier that I picked it up for $60 off of Amazon,
right?
and it does
Like,
perfectly fine.
you could spend probably $300 probably to use fucking little 5,000 BTU AC somewhere for fucking $100, and then
It's all cheap. You can get all the cheap bits and do it and put it all together. But I find that you still have to keep your eye on things.
Certainly.
You know, I'd like
well,
to be able to.
nothing's fucking perfect, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you gotta walk in there once or twice a day just to make sure your equipment's running.
Yeah, well, I can't because not even my properties, you know.
Right.
And frankly, if somebody did make a cohesive system like that, which I've
So,
even contemplated doing that myself with multiple sensors and having different things interact, but it would be expensive even
Oh,
if
there
you
is a
did that.
system that controls everything, does it all, humidifies,
yeah.
dehumidifies, does your temp, CO2, does all that. But it's like $3,000.
Exactly, but I'm talking about on a smaller scale. Those are more for like big commercial grows, right? They're not really
Yeah,
intended for home grows.
that only does like what's the room size? I think it's 2 meters by 3 meters. I think so. It's not a massive area, but it's not something that you're going to fork out for when you're just doing it for yourself, is it? You know, not
Right.
because then you're turning into well-rounded novice. You know.
Right. Well, anytime you're actually doing any of that stuff to try and create entire cohesive systems of automation, that just says, okay, I value my time over dollars, right? So you're going to end up having to, forego cash in order to free up your time instead of just popping in and checking them manually.
Yeah, that's true.
one or the other.
How valuable is your time?
Right.
That's why I like the automated watering things. Is how much time do you spend in your life watering? And what's
was
that
the only thing
worth?
that I didn't have was water. I didn't have any automation of watering. That's the only thing I didn't have. Everything else was fucking controlled.
And then also when you've got these, you've got the cheaper route of climate control. I mean, and I even put AC Infinity or their control under the same bracket as Inkbird and that. Not that I've used them, but it's like I'm doing it this way now. It's winter, and then in spring I've got to change it up a bit, and then in summer I've got to change it up again. It's like I need to know 4 different ways of setting stuff up to keep it within, you know. And
well, no, they're really actually okay. No, you're wrong. Actually, so if you have your system set up correctly, it will change to the outside around it. All right. So if you have so I had um, the mini
Yeah, you
split,
had all
which
AC. You had AC and humidifiers and all that in it.
right. But what I'm getting at is if you set it up correctly, there is absolutely no changing up every with your seasons because when it gets cold
Yeah,
out,
yeah. You can't. You
your
can't
heater's
get
going to
that. You can't get that without spending the money, though, can you? This is what I was saying is
yeah,
you
no,
can't get that.
you're right. You're right.
That must have
And
cost you.
you well, the way I did it, yes, but there's ways around it to where, dude, if you so everything has to be manual that you put onto an Inkbird. It can't be all like automatic shut off. Like whenever you turn like plug it in, you have to turn it on. And there
Right,
needs
because
to
the
be a
ink bird's
switch.
controlling the on
Yeah,
and off
yeah,
at
yeah,
that point.
yeah.
Yes.
Like
So
if you have the
so
air conditioner plugged into it, it'll just shut
yeah,
the air conditioner off. So when it comes back on, it's got no
it won't
settings set to
exactly.
the air.
So you
Yeah,
need
yeah.
a
Done that.
manual one that you turn on. So that way, whenever it kicks on and off, it's shutting it on and off like it's supposed to. And if you
Hmm.
have that shit, dude, like I'm saying, you can go to the yard sale, get you a 5,000 BTU fucking AC, get you a little fucking space heater, dude, and humidity and temp Inkbird, $70, and uh, and a humidifier.
Right, then you're
And
setting the temperature. If it falls below this, turn the heater on. If it goes above this, turn the
Yeah,
aircon on.
but no one's
yeah,
going to be doing that for a 4x4, are they? A 4x8.
yeah, they do. Absolutely,
Yeah,
absolutely, they do.
but then it's
Look,
like
right here, right there.
play
Right, look at the
isn't
top.
justifying.
Look at top right there.
Oh no, yeah, that's the way I do it. This nearly the same way as what Chop does, running through an Inkbird and all that. He's never going to get himself an AC and a bloody humidifier and all that set up in there, is he? Does it? I
I'm.
just don't see. I don't see as it earns its keep.
Well, again, it
He's
depends on
he's
how much you
heating right
value time
now.
over money.
Heating,
Yeah, he's heating it right now
yeah,
because
having
normally
to add in.
or in summertime he'll have it into his AC.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then there's that thing where it's all the work again in it. I'm taking the heaters out my tent and I'm hooking up the AC and I'm just I just like to try and like our chops into doing it economically. I'm into doing it into trying to find the least effort input. Something that you can visit once every 2 weeks or a month. That's what I'm
No,
striving to achieve.
no, crazy buds. That is not what we're saying at all. Uh, Sometimes, well, I mean, people need to control their shit because of surrounding temperatures. You can do it without all this, 100%. But like whenever I did my shed, dude, if like I said, if I wouldn't have controlled that, I would have never been able to grow in there in the summertime. Never.
Is there any content on Crazy Buds? Has he got plants he can show us?
He's grow boss.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's not. Look at Creative. We've all been watching his garden, and I think he said his temps haven't been over 70, and he's been down 60 lights off. So, not saying that temperature
Again,
isn't
this gets back to the range,
important.
right? So the thing of it is you can grow in adverse conditions that are in a wider range of parameters, but if you're trying to be more ideal about it to get the
If you're trying
best
to be
possible
optimal,
yields and all
Yeah,
yeah,
that stuff, you need
optimal
to optimize.
efficiency.
Right. And not only that, but the other thing of it is if you're pushing your inputs hard, whether that be light, newts, water, etc., to get the most in a short amount of time, then you're going to have to optimize your environment in order to achieve that. If you push the plant too hard and it's in adverse conditions, then it's going to fail. But if you're going a slow grow in adverse conditions and you're not pushing your inputs hard, then it'll adapt and it'll be fine, but you just won't get as much as you would if you were in optimal conditions. That's the bottom line of it.
Yeah, and I would say
It's not going to
you've
straight
got
away
two
kill the
plants,
grow.
if you've got two plants and one's flowered at 65 and the other's flowered at 75, I'd pretty much guarantee that the one that's done at 75 would have been a healthier specimen, gave you more yield and be a more enjoyable smoke because it's been happier. It's been in its ideal zone. You know, it's not
Right.
been going, it's chilly in here, waking up and being cold all day. It's jumping
Exactly.
out of bed in the morning and going, let's do this. You know, how do you feel as a human when you wake up and your ass is freezing and you know you've got to get in that shower and jump out in the cold bathroom? That you know doesn't inspire you to do well that day. But where if you jump out in the morning, it's a nice sunny day and you're hopping in the shower and you know you're not feeling cold, it's a great start to the day, isn't it? And I think it's the same with a plant.
Well,
They're
remember
going to
the
be
other aspect of this is that the terpene production is based off of the stresses that you feed to the plant as well, because the terpenes are the defense mechanism of the plant. And
yeah.
so,
I don't know if I'm trying to stress it though for
but there's a
that
limit,
terpene.
right? There's with anything, there's a limit, right? You like humans, we can adapt to our environment given a wide range of seemingly wide range of temperatures, right? But if you go from a arid, hot 120 Fahrenheit, you know, degree, desert, and then all of a sudden, jump into a ice cold plunge bath, you're gonna freaking freak out. But if you slowly adapt over time, then you're gonna, throw on a jacket, you'll acclimate, and it'll be fine. Those additional stresses that we would feel as humans, the plant feels it similarly in that it will, those additional stressors will end up causing it to freak out and in some cases act in weird ways in terms of growth, and in other ways it will actually benefit terpene production depending on how that is. But if you're growing in a proper environment that's within its liking, and then you introduce stressors on purpose at different intervals, that will help your terpene production. You're introducing it on purpose rather than having it as a side effect of inadequate environmentals.
I mean, my taste buds, I smoke, so I don't have the best taste buds, so couldn't comment on nuances of tweaking a profile. All I know is I've grown the same strain throughout the year, and the best results that I've seen has been early summer when it's been a nice 75. I've done it doing it in the cold, and it's down in 68, 72. It's down there, and they just don't. That it does have an impact on happiness of plant, which
Certainly, you're
equates
getting
to
smaller
final
buds,
product.
you're getting a different
Well,
terpene profile, you're getting smaller buds, you're getting tight internodal spacing, you're getting purpling
I've not
stems,
really,
all of that
I've not
stuff.
really noticed any difference in the shape, the density, just the size. Really, I've not noticed any flavour changes.
Right.
But there again, I smoke. I might not notice them.
Colder plants stay shorter and stout, whereas the plants that are grown in a more
Yeah,
warm
there is
environment
some
stretch more and they
stretchy.
spread out.
There's something to the morphology
Yeah.
of of it growing through to stretch. Yeah, I do believe that a colder temperature and maybe a little less food or whatnot, but that's a dangerous knife to dance on through the stretch period. Helps with reducing the stretch. I kind of noticed that last year, but that there, if you started messing around with nutrients and stuff like that at early stages of flower, it's a dangerous game because you don't want to be running low on nitrogen come week 4.
But again, all of this stuff is within ranges, right? And so as long as you're not flirting on the danger zone of the ranges that it likes, you're good.
Yeah, you're gonna get good enough results for what you know.
Exactly, but you can
Well,
definitely, if as you were saying before, you can definitely spend more money and have it dialed into perfection. Everything's perfect and ideal, and spend a bunch of money trying to get every last little bit out of it.
but
But
you
the
don't do
typical,
that until you can grow a plant.
Yeah, is
exactly,
that
you have to
worth
know
it to you?
exactly what you're shooting for in order to do that, right? So that's a more advanced technique. And that's also where those people that have environment dialed in perfectly are the same ones that are trying to get every last ounce of yield out, right? So
Yeah,
that's for somebody that's, got this nailed into a science and is trying to
and
perfect
then
it.
you've also got to weigh up what that's worth to you. If you're only getting if that dialing it in is going to get you that extra 10% or
You
20%, how long is it going to take? Is that worth A, running the electric for the extra equipment, B, the outlay for the extra equipment?
I don't.
Exactly.
Well. So if you're controlling everything, now you've added CO2 right there alone, minimum 20%. Minimum.
Well, it is if you're at that end of where that 20% on added to your 80 when you're getting 80%, that's worth doing. But if you're only getting to 50%, what's the point in adding CO2? You're not going to get.
Well, if you're only getting 50%, you shouldn't even be doing this. You shouldn't even be
Yeah,
adding
yeah.
CO2. You shouldn't even have controllers. You shouldn't.
So
No.
what's 50% then out of a 4x4? What do you consider the threshold to where you're like, well, hang on, I'm getting this much, I should be shooting for more now?
Well, let's estimate that, right? So let's say out of a 4x4, you can pull, let's say, 2.25 pounds out of it, okay?
Whoa,
So if
that's a
that,
5x5.
I'm just saying, on a push, if you have
See, I
everything
think there's a lot of
optimal and
fluff numbers out there. I think a 4x4 really is,
Pound and a half,
a
2 pounds.
pound and a half,
okay,
maybe two if you're absolutely
Pound and
on
a half, two
point. And I
two
think you need
pounds.
to see a green and all that business to
I'm
get to.
talking about optimal. If you've got every optimal thing dialed in a 5x5 and you've got your, doing everything right, plus you've got CO2 supplementation, you can pull a 2.25, even if you want to drop it down and call it two for sake of simplicity.
So,
All right.
so look, just say with a 4x4, because my head don't work around the 5x5 thing. So if you're in a 4x4, if you get to the point where you're at like a pound and a half, so 22, 24 ounces, something like that, that's when you're going to start thinking about tweaking it then. Or would you get to like a pound and then go, well, maybe if I add more equipment, I'll get more return? Or would you just say, no, you're still learning about how to
So,
optimize?
so in a four by
Well,
four, you could realistically say you're going to get somewhere in optimal conditions of about 2 pounds flat. Okay.
that's good. That's like on the high end.
I mean, I'm pulling constantly a pound out of a 2x4. It's just two of those shotgun together. So, um,
Yeah, I
but and
yes.
mine's not even supplemented with CO2. I just have ideal environmentals. But if you then take that and contrast it to not so great environmentals, I wouldn't even say it's 50%. I'd say somewhere more like 60 to 65% of that if you're in more adverse environmental conditions. So then what would you be looking at instead of 2 pounds? You want to call it what? Uh, 1.3 maybe? 1.3, 1.4, somewhere in that
So,
neighborhood.
well, what's 16 plus 8? 24 pounds. So 24 ounce. So say if I'm getting a pound and a half out of a 4x4, 24 ounces. So I'm going to get an extra, 5 ounce, maybe, if I add CO2.
Yeah.
I'd say probably so. If you're getting a pound and a half and you add CO2 without, or you're getting a pound and a half without CO2, you're going to add another half pound with CO2.
Well, that's 33%. increase.
Yeah. I said, listen, whenever I said 20%, that was the low end. At minimum, 20%. You can get as high up to 35%. It's grower talent when it comes into this.
20% is just
So,
off the CO2
so
alone.
right now,
If
then,
you're talking
are
about
you
the
gonna?
additional environmentals, then you're talking about having an extra 10 or so percent for having dialed in
So
environmentals
now,
that go
if
with the CO2.
referring back to that setup that we was on about, where you would have 2 tents working off the lung room that's running at the happy medium, yeah, and it's not going to be on one of them AC systems that is like a closed loop AC system. It'll just suck air in the machine, spit hot air out the exhaust, and then put cool air in the room, which will be replacing air will be then sucked into the room to replace that air. Yeah, so it's under negative pressure. There's no point in running a CO2 in that environment, is there?
That's not true. The thing of it
Is it
is
like how much CO2? You know, because it's bringing in the fresh air.
the premise that you have for it is incorrect, though. If you want to have your lung room as sealed and as its own environmentals as you can, right? And when you're conditioning the
So
RH, the
hang on, sorry to
temperature.
stop you there. But so if it's not a sealed room, if you're using one of them, I don't know the different terms for the ACs, but there's one that will suck air in, and it will not require air to be replaced in the lung room. Whereas there's another AC that will suck air in and throw hot air out and exhaust, and then cool air into it. Do you know them 2 different AC units I'm
Yes.
talking about? So if
So
you're
a
running,
window unit.
if you're running the one that exhausts the hot air out, therefore it's bringing the lung room under negative pressure. So it's bringing fresh air in now to replace that. Yeah.
Well, that's
Do
not
you get?
Yeah, you
really a
know,
proper AC if you're thinking about it. You're talking about a self-contained that's recirculating its own
Yeah.
exhaust. So
Well, this is the question. So the AC that I'm talking about, there's not going to be any point in adding CO2 to that system.
yeah, if you're
if you're
Because
exchanging
exhausting,
the
you
air
know.
outside of the
Yeah,
lung room, then you're not going to do much with your AC either. You're going to be wasting your mains electric bill. Because the thing of it is if you're exchanging your air input with outside air, you're automatically subjecting the air that's coming in to the rest of the outside environment from which you're pulling it from. The trick to an air condition is to have a sealed unit, and what happens is you're using the refrigerant on an outside compressor unit. That's why
yeah,
you end
I
up having
understand all
split
that, how
systems
all
as
that
that.
works. I understand how all that works, but in the situations that I'm talking about, you can't be running AC units on sides of buildings and all that kind of malarkey. It's
well, so you
got
need
to be
if you're
discreet.
gonna do like you need to get a window unit that doesn't exchange air.
Yeah,
You need an AC that doesn't
but you
exchange
can't
air
have them.
because
You can't have window units.
oh really?
Well, no,
Okay,
it's just like a
so
four
what
ton.
about a portable AC that all it does is shoot the exhaust out? It doesn't.
Yeah, so the ones that I work with, it's a box with an exhaust, and the exhaust will go to the outside, blow any hot air out, and then the machine just sits in the room
Right.
blowing
Oh, so
cool air.
yours is only a
So you're
single
taking
duct.
ambient input while exhausting the discard out
Yeah.
the
So if
exhaust
you was
out.
to add CO2 to that combination, you're just going to run through so many tanks of CO2 trying to
Yes.
fight the incoming air.
That's correct.
Yes.
And you're also going to be running that air conditioner twice as
Right.
long as you would otherwise.
So
They make a
I mean,
single. They make a two duct.
there is no
Yeah.
real way of
Yes, there
knowing
is.
whether that's going to be
Oh,
worthwhile doing until
not with that.
you do it, is there? Because I don't know how much fresh air is coming in. I don't know how much CO2 it's going to take to keep the lung room at. I mean, there's no way of knowing that, is there?
Yeah,
Sure
you
there
can't do
is.
it with you. Yeah, but you
Absolutely
can't
there
do
is.
it with that. There is, but you can't do it with that, dude. you'll be replacing your CO2 bottle every 10 days to 2 weeks.
Yeah, Nuggy's right. It won't be worth it in that
Yeah,
scenario.
but what's
And
that?
how you calculate it,
Why is replacing the bottle every 2 weeks if it's only going to cost you, say, 200 quid a run to up your yield by a third?
Well, I guess it all depends on how much your CO2 is there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and how much you're going to need. Like, is it going to get? Would it get to the position where you literally, you know, how you get them 4-foot tank? Well, you can't get them. The 2-foot tanks, whatever,
Yeah,
where you're
the
going to be
20
replacing them
20
every
pound
other
tank.
day or every few days. You know.
Yeah, you'll be replacing it a lot because it's going to continuously come on because you're exhausting the CO2. So
Right.
Yeah.
they make a same
Well,
same
hang on,
unit.
no, but hang on.
No, hang on. Let me finish before I forget what I'm saying. So they make the same AC that you have with the single duct. They make a 2 duct. It brings in air and it takes out the same air. Like it doesn't exchange of the air somehow. I remember
Yeah,
Greg Boss
I've seen them.
always
I've
talking
seen them.
about it.
I've seen them.
Greg Boss always talking. I'm not exactly sure how it works. I never used one, but I always remember him talking about it. You needed a 2 duct one to run if you're running CO2 because it doesn't exchange the air.
That's just like a mini split in it, where you'll have one hose going to the outside, one hose
Yeah, well,
No.
to the inside.
No.
See, I don't understand which is what the terminology.
So the hose I'm talking
That was
about
what. Yeah, this is what. Because I'm going to forget now. So you know how on about that AC system is going to be constantly bringing in fresh air from the outside. Well, it's only going to be doing that when the lung room is needs to be cooled down.
Correct.
So it's not really going to be running. It depends what time of year it is, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, big time.
But remember, if you're having an inlet that you're just taking the ambient air from the lung room and trying to cool it through that, and your what they call the return duct, the input of the AC, is coming from the lung room and then running it across the chiller and then pushing it into your tent or just into the lung room itself, and you're exhausting the heat that's exchanged on the exhaust to the outside.
Yeah, that's getting rid of all the CO2 I've added in it and bringing in 400 ppm CO2 from the outside.
It's getting rid of whatever air is getting exchanged across the exhaust, and that's going to include the oxygen and the CO2 that exists in that pull. So yes, you're going to waste CO2. The difference between one of those systems, whether it's a 1-pipe or 2-pipe portable chiller that Nuggy was talking about versus a split system, is the split system has a unit on the outside with a compressor that actually runs. It dissipates the heat across the refrigerant lines, not exchanging air. It's just
they're generally outside, aren't
the
they?
refrigerant is capturing that hot air, sticking the hot air outside, dissipating it, and then it's turning around and recompressing it back into a liquid, which then cools back the incoming air. It's not actually exchanging air itself like the spot chillers you're talking about.
See, the ones I see, they're sat on the side of a building. It'll suck air out, air from the room and spit the same air back in the room, but cooler. It's not bringing anything in from outside. It's condensing it all.
Exactly.
Out to a drain.
That's what a split unit is.
Yeah. So ideally,
you can't get them for indoors then. They have to be outside.
Yeah.
Well, there's 2 functions, right? There's 2 pieces to it. You have an indoor unit and you have an outdoor unit in a mini split.
Yeah.
The indoor unit is the coil. The indoor unit is the coil and the what do you call it? And the fan. That's
so they can't do that. They can't do that. Have the same results without one of the things being outside.
Well, the difference is in a mini split, the refrigerant lines are the ones carrying the heat out through the refrigerant lines, and you're not exchanging actual air from the inside to the outside.
Yeah.
Whereas the other one that you're talking about with a spot chiller, you're actually exchanging air from the inside and the outside.
Yeah, and you can't be doing that if you're looking at
No.
CO2.
So,
No,
well, yeah,
because then
we'll
you're
see it
dumping your
with
CO2 to the
CO2.
outside.
Right.
Well,
The only time,
does that AC Infinity Terraform do the AC and do the what we're just talking about, or is that just working like the ones I use? That's not a sealed room controller then.
I'm not familiar with the AC Infinity Terraform, so my apologies. Let me
Mm.
look it up.
okay, now, anyway, let me finish what I was going to say. So, the only time you want to take air that should ever be leaving a room with CO2 is when the lights go off. That's the only time you should dump. You want to dump all your CO2 when the lights go off. And then once the lights come back on, it's already filled back up with CO2.
Ah, okay, I see the Terraform now. Yeah, that's nothing more than a spot chiller. It's exchanging air to the outside.
How much is that route?
Well,
It's exchanging air to the
it's
outside.
600 US, but again, it's exchanging your air to the outside.
So you could that £600 unit, you could just buy a bloody you could do a Home Depot hack and buy one of them, the equivalent.
LGs or something else similar to that. Yeah, all it
And how
is
much is that going to cost?
I don't know. Look up Home
Half the
Depot,
price.
Lowe's,
What are
Menards,
you talking
whatever's
about?
near.
What are you talking about? Like a mini split?
Yeah. Well, what's the AC Terraform? What
It's a spot
problem is
chiller.
that actually solving?
Let me look at it. I haven't
It's
seen it, so I don't know. Let me
It's a
look.
normal spot chiller that you can get off of any kind of
So
spot chiller from LG or whatever you can pick up at
they're
any
just
big box
trying to
store.
combine like a chiller and a heater and a dehumidifier all in one unit, charge you double, and then when one thing breaks down, the whole thing's junk. Like, I
Well,
don't get.
they're all in one, so don't think that it's not. Even if you have the mini
Oh
split
yeah, that's
system,
definitely
they're
a
one
split.
cohesive system. They just have an
No, but
outside
I
unit
mean,
and an inside
if
unit.
you've got a mini split and then you've got a separate heater and a separate humidifier, if one of them breaks down, it don't render the other for it. Like, do you know what I mean? You're only replacing that one unit. If your
Right,
heater
because the
breaks down in
aircon
your
is
AC
only
Infinity Terraform,
because the aircon's acting as one unit, right?
they just drive me mad. These
The
companies
the
drive me mad, solving problems that.
AC Infinity does have a heating function in it. So basically what it is it's what they call a heat pump, and all it does is reverse the flow. Instead of taking the hot air from the inside and pushing it out, it's reversing it. It's
Yeah, I
reversing the
see.
coolant flow.
I'm not sure who it is. One of the companies, they've just brought out a heater that you hook up to your tent. But that's like, it's one of them hot air heaters that blows the air of a coil and blows hot air. Now, surely that's not the ideal kind of air to be pumping into your tent, because I imagine that's super dry air. I would have thought just an oil radiator would be a better solution than a hairdryer.
Well, you're talking about radiant heat versus coming from a burnt, but like
Yeah,
an oil heater
it's like the difference between a radiator and a hairdryer.
right.
It's going to provide the same, you know, like the air off that hairdryer thing is going to be, the humidity is going to be so low and not what the plant's after, I'd imagine.
No, because either way, it's a inductive or radiative heater is going to produce the same thing. It's not going to drop your humidity down either way. The only reason why your humidity drops as you increase the temperature is because it's relative to the temperature, and because cold air can't hold moisture as well as hot air can.
So you don't
So your
don't
RH
you
number
think
goes
there's
down
any
even though
harm
it's
in
the
that
same
dry
amount of
air?
water
I mean,
saturation.
you don't think there's any harm in it being that blowing that hair like hair dryer air? Do you think there's no difference at the end of the day than doing that than having an oil heater?
No.
Because I don't know. I just assume that hot dry air is not as nice.
As long as you're not blowing it directly on it. So say, for example, you have a temperature that's like 40 Fahrenheit and you're trying to warm it up to, say, 70. In order to overcome that 30 Fahrenheit delta, you have to push air that's like 90 or 100 in order to overcome that. So you don't want
So
it
you've got to
directly
dissipate
blowing.
that air before it gets to the plant.
Exactly. You want to have
It's
it
pretty
already
difficult.
mixing in. You don't want to end up
Pretty
blowing it
difficult to
directly
do
on
that it's pretty difficult to do that in a 2x4 and a 4x4 for what they're selling the product for, I'd imagine.
Well, this goes back to what I was saying before, and then you had another thought and we sidetracked. But the difference is if you treat your lung room instead of the tent, it's going to end up working out a lot better.
Yeah. Well, that terraform thing, that'll only do like a 4x8, I think, or a 4x. It'll only do
it's only an 8,000 BTU. So, I mean, the thing of it is you just have to figure out the heat load. Depending on how many lights you're running, how many LED drivers, it might or might not make up the 8,000 BTU.
Well, I've never come across a too hot kind of problem. I just don't happen really. I'll get up to 80, 82. That don't concern me.
My mic not working.
It's working, but it's cutting in and out.
I gotta jump off here anyway.
All right, and top.
I forgot it was my life.
Hey, it's getting late here.
Yeah,
all right.
It's 5
See you
hours.
later.
A dual hose air conditioner that does not exchange air. I'll leave you with that.
See you later, Chop. See you later, Nugget. See you later, Root.
Later.
Cheers.